Hi, I don't know if people can hear me. If you can hear me, please let me know. OBS is acting very, very strange right now. I finally decided uh, to use it, and now I am struggling to do this because I don't know why, but it just like enlarged chat to take over the entire screen. Um, So, yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Um, I was not expecting this, so I apologize. Full screen, something. Okay, now it's even worse. I don't even know what's going on now. Um, okay. Can you guys see me now? Now I can't see chat. Oh, great. So now it's like, I don't know why I decided to do this. Like, everything else is working fine. Just now chat is, uh, you know, just taking over the entire screen. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Whatever. Okay, so if you guys can hear me, that's good. I can't see chat right now. I'm gonna probably have to get my phone so to be able to look at chat because I don't know why. Okay, good, good, good. You guys can see me. You guys can hear me. That's all that matters. Okay, so today I decided that it would be a good idea to try OBS for the first time. I definitely need an appointment with like Zara or someone who actually knows how to work this thing because I definitely do not know how to work this. Anyway, so for today, what I wanted to sort of to I guess show you guys, show you all, I should say, was to actually go over something that is kind of like not. I mean, obviously, I understand why it's not seen as like very important in the U.S., but it actually is because, of course, it says a lot about. Sorry, I'm still trying to figure this out. I should have just done it with my typical one because. Anyway, so. Yeah, no, that's not what I need. Okay, so one of the things I wanted to talk about was meow, hello, everyone. So one of the things I wanted to talk about was so recently, and again, this might not be, big news in America, but it's big news for me in particular, and big news that should say something, is that this minister of, is that like justice minister, right, of on the Supreme Court of Mexico, though. So that's the one caveat I would add to this, is that it's technically, Mexico, but still, I still think that it's important to, to talk about it because it does affect a lot of people. Is that so? This very important. Oh yeah, like I have no idea. Like I people keep telling me it's so much better, but I kind of like Twitch Studio because it's much easier and everything's there, right? Like everything's just together. So anyway, and I know that like for No Comment Chick, I know that she was also having some issues with OBS too when it comes to YouTube stuff. So so what am I sort of talking about here? What happened is that this person who was running to be the president of the Supreme Court of Mexico, which is obviously it's the Supreme Court, right? So it's a big deal. But the Supreme Court does function a little bit differently, mostly because it has more members, right? It has 11 members, if I remember correctly, or 13 members. And also, so what ended up happening is a big newspaper in the Spanish-speaking world called El País, which means like the country, um, did an analysis and found out that Doctora Yasmin Esquivel, who was running to become president of the Supreme Court, plagiarized out of like 400 something pages, 209 pages. Like I think her entire dissertation was 456, and she plagiarized 209 of those 456 pages. So, as you might imagine, it's been seen as a huge issue because what did happen is that she went to a private Catholic university called Anáhuac, which is seen as very, very, very prestigious. Here, let me go to the chatting one. It's seen as very, very, very prestigious. It's seen as, like a lot of the people that are like, oh, public education is hard, like the kind of like neoliberals in Mexico love to use Anáhuac as one of their, this is why we should just have, everything be privatized and everything be, no longer be focused on what the state can provide. Because in Mexico, all state universities are free, right? It doesn't mean that there aren't fees and you still have to pay for books and all of that, but going to university itself is free. And that has had a huge benefit for people because, I know people even when I was growing up, like in Mexico, going to university was still seen as like, wow, like a very strange thing. It wasn't something typical, right? Like it's not as though, it's not like here in America where it's kind of more common, I guess I want to say. So also I apologize if there are any weird sounds. One of my neighbors is like doing something. They're like a mechanic, so all the time they have like cars and stuff. So there's always noise, but that's okay. So one thing that, again, is very important is that this minister was chosen by the current president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, also was very famous because he essentially ran for president like 3 times or 2 times prior. So the way how the Mexican presidency works is that you get 1 6-year term, right? During the Mexican Revolution and in its aftermath, the idea of anti-reeleccionismo or anti-reelectionism was a big deal because essentially Mexico had been governed by a dictator, and so the idea, like the idea of having no re-elections, instead just having a good length of 1 term was good enough, right? Like that's why people say like the 4-year presidential term in the U.S. is far too short, whereas the 6-year Mexican one, you can get a lot more done because there's more time to do things, right? Hence why there is re-election in the United States. Although that's more done because of tradition, not really because of like any particular reason, as we know from FDR. So he is famous because in the election that happened in 2006, AMLO, right, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, AMLO, lost by like a few hundred votes. Like that's how close this election was. And the other party that was running against, that won, was a party known as PAN, Partido de Acción Nacional, or Partido de Acción Nacional, the Party of National Action, that has ties to far-right. Essentially, it's like, think of it like the Republicans, right? But like they don't have any of the moderate stuff. Like the moderate Republicans are the party that essentially ruled Mexico for 70 years, so to speak, although they were also very far-right too. So essentially you have 2 very far-right parties, And AMLO, who's seen as much more amenable to social programs and really social democracy. A lot of people like homozygote kind of, I don't know if that's actually what he thinks or if it's more like that's how he's sort of seen outside of Mexico as being like socialist or socialist adjacent. But he is, for example, was willing to, like recently, willing to, oh, thank you so much. It's actually two that were handmade for me. They were handmade for me by my mom, actually. So, thank you for that. That means a lot. Um, and sometimes, like when it gets really cold, I'll use one of them as something too. But now I have other little blankets that I use sometimes because usually my room, like this room here, gets a little colder than the rest of my house, which is good for me. Like I like it to be colder, but like, I don't want to be cold. Like, you know what I mean? Like it to be freezing. So oftentimes I'll have like a little blanket on my lap and stuff while I'm working. So what ended up happening is that AMLO used this as a way recently. In fact, this was today, I believe, where he actually brought it up when and so unlike kind of like President Biden, one thing that the Mexican president does, and well, in particular AMLO, is that he does interviews, or rather, he does a media like conference every single day. Wherever he is, the media can go and ask him questions, and grill him on whatever is the issue that they want to ask him questions on, right? And hello, mostly left. It's so good to see you. So good to see you. Had an issue with OBS with the chat, so I have to use my phone. But very happy to have you here. So if you see me looking down, it's because I'm looking at my phone for chat. So why was this important? Like the fact that they found out that this person, that this minister in Mexico who was running to become the president of the Supreme Court. So it's again also I don't want to go too in depth in explanation about the differences between the Mexican Supreme Court and the U.S. Supreme Court, but let's just say that like things that happened. Oh, so today we're gonna talk about this map that was found that people say proves that that it shows knowledge of Antarctica before anybody else, essentially. And then we are going to talk about the People's Communes in China. And then I also want to talk about, which is during the Mao era, and then I also want to talk about what we're talking about right now. But I just kind of wanted to give an introductory, little bit of a conversation starter. Oh my gosh, I totally would go to, like, I've been wanting to go to Montreal for such a long time. Like, actually, let me tell you something, Nabil. When I was in middle school, right? So, like, when I was in, like, 6th, 7th, no, maybe it was 8th grade. No, yeah, I think it was 8th grade. I literally wanted to go. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Give me one quick second. Oh, this happens way too often, unfortunately. I need to get a better one of these dividers, but eventually. There we go. They're just so unstable. Okay. Okay, so we're back now, sort of, I hope. I think I probably hit it with my chair. Anyway, so when I was in middle school, I like legit sent a letter to l'Université du Québec à Montréal. Um, and that's where I wanted to go to university when I first thought about like where do I want to go, because I had always liked the idea of Quebec, like it having, the French language and French culture and all of that stuff, and it being, a something that is within the Americas, right? Like I think I've mentioned before that like one of my many the one of the things that kind of made me also really be into languages was that I wanted to know all of the colonial languages of the Americas, right? Because I grew up obviously in a multilingual home, but like that's why I taught myself French, because I'm like, well, if I want to read colonial documents, and I've always been really big into history, so that's something that is super important. But also, another thing too is that that was kind of like a guiding way that I sort of thought about it was, hey, what if I were to learn all of the colonial languages like Dutch, like, and all of that. And so then that started me on like, and this was when I was very young. Because to me, like, I don't know if this happened to other people, but like I was very interested in like stuff like the history of the Soviet Union, communism and stuff like that, even when I was a child, because it just seemed to me like very apparent when I was little that there's something about, like, there's something rotten in the state of Denmark, so to speak, right? Like, there is something here that is greater than what I can comprehend right now as a 6-year-old or as an 8-year-old or whatever, that needs to be thought out, right? Or that, like, surely people have thought of this too. Like, why is it that, why is it that the mayor of, this BIPOC majority, hyper majority town in LA is always a white guy? Why are all the cops white, right? Why is it that, all of the small businesses always get bought up by larger businesses, right? By corporations, etc. Why is it that, there are these legacies that we're learning about, it's, of slavery, of colonization, etc. that just, again, when you're living it, right? Like, again, like I've lived in South Central, I've lived in Compton, and so I've always lived in places where the contradictions of capital are very apparent. So because of that, that also made me think in a more internationalist way, albeit I will not say, oh, it was perfect or I was some kind of, no, it's just that because I was able to see these things and I was able to feel the discrimination and the harm that was being done, and the fact that it seemed so obvious that it had to do with, it's many things. That's what also got me really interested in learning about other cultures and other languages, right? And trying to highlight cultures that were not necessarily given their chance to, participate in the greater conversation. Because I would note that, like, LA had a huge Hispanic minority at that time. It was like a plurality. And still, the economic and the political power was still in West LA, which is majority white. Like, why is this? Why is it that the legacies of the 1992 LA riots, why is it that that's not spoken of, etc., etc.? So for me, that was a big impetus for, a lot of this line of questioning that kind of, I was like a baby leftist when I was like literally a baby, so to speak, right? I don't want to like give myself too much credit. That's not what I'm trying to do. But again, even as a child, it kind of became apparent to me that, and growing up, right, like as a teenager, etc., preteen, etc., that there's something wrong here. Like, there is something wrong with, like, why is it that my parents are working and they say this disparagingly in Mexico, como un burro se metate, right? Like they're literally working their asses off day after day, but they get such small remuneration for all of this work. And, again, like I've said before, I've never lived above the poverty line, right? Like, so even when I started my PhD coursework, it was apparent to me that everybody else had never lived below it, right? Like, I've never lived above it, they've never lived below it. And I don't know, just a lot of those interesting things. And plus, I was the only person of color that was admitted to my PhD program, which also represents why, like, a lot of the hurdles that were put in front of me as opposed to other people make sense. But that's a whole different story. Now we're just going off the rails. Yeah, I wanted to go to the university there because I heard that their sociology department, and even their history department, that you could get essentially a degree that was both history and sociology in Montreal. And I wanted to make sure that I went to a French-speaking university, not an English-speaking one, right? But, as I got a little bit older and I started learning more about the complexities of Quebecois history and everything, one, I just couldn't go there because I wouldn't have gotten any, funding or anything. And so I didn't. But I still I still remember because they sent me back an application and it was all in French. And they sent me back like a whole letter saying all of this stuff, but was all in French. And I was so happy because I'm like, I can read this. And my teacher who made us do this, right, was kind of like, why didn't you write to, like the local university or to, like the Ivy Leagues or something? Like, why do you want to go to some other country, to some other culture? Like, almost like already kind of expecting me to like, oh, where do I want to go to university? Down the street, right? Like already seeing me as having a limited worldview in that sense. Which is funny too, because she would always talk to us about how like, hey, I went to Australia and I lived there and I have an Australian passport. And I'm like, you do realize that like so many of us have parents that are like undocumented, right? So like you're a little, I got to live in Australia and I have a passport. Like, that's something that we can't even say about our parents who have lived here for decades, right? So anyway, now we're really off the rails. But anyway, yeah, I wanted to go there, but I never got to go. I do plan on visiting Quebec at some point. I actually remember the motto, or rather the poem that it says, the piece of the writing, the verse or whatever it is that it says on old Canadian money. I actually have old Canadian money back in the day when it was paper, still, or not paper, but you know what I mean. Where it says, "Mon pays n'est pas un pays, c'est l'hiver," right? My country is not a country; it is winter, right? And I kind of love that. Yeah, and I've always wanted to visit like old Quebec, right, and all of that, and because like it's so charming, as people like to say, right, because all of the houses are right next to one another. Go to the Plains of Abraham and all of that stuff. But of course, it's difficult to travel. It's very expensive to travel. And in fact, actually, I found out that it was cheaper to fly and stay in Paris than it is to fly and stay in Quebec, which I found very weird. I'm like, how is it that crossing the Atlantic and going to Paris is less expensive than just going to like cities just above New York, right? Like, Anyway, that's a whole different story. Plus, I like it too because there's a lot of Jewish. There's a big Jewish population in Montreal, and so that means that like, there's a lot of kosher food options, which is great. So as I was saying, so the Mexican Supreme Court again is set up differently than the U.S. Supreme Court, and what I was trying to say is like what they did with Roe v. Wade recently, where they rescinded it essentially, that wouldn't be possible the way how the Mexican Supreme Court works. Like, to get rid of something, they would have to go through this whole process multiple times. Like, it wouldn't be a one case thing. It has to happen 5 times, where like they would have to have a case that involves that specific law, and it go all the way up to the Supreme Court 5 different times, and they have to say get rid of that law at 5 separate times before they could get rid of it. Not just once, like in the U.S. Supreme Court. So it's the countries are obviously different. But like I was saying, when they found out that this minister essentially had done plagiarism on her doctoral thesis, then they found out that she also did plagiarism on her bachelor's capstone project, or that's rather what I'm going to compare it to, because in Mexico it's called licenciatura, right? That's the reason why a lot of times you will hear, in Mexico, people call lawyers licenciado, right? Because you get a licenciatura, right? You get a license, so to speak, to become a lawyer, right? And for most people, that's where they stop, right? That's all they need to. But because she wanted to be on the Supreme Court, which she sits on the Supreme Court, she went, and in 2009, I believe, is when she got her PhD in law and in legal studies, and that's where they found the plagiarism that was out of 456 pages, 209 of them, and it wasn't like misattribution. Like when I show you the video, like you'll be able to see like its entire paragraphs just like copy pasted, and then she would write like a paragraph of her own, and then more copy paste, more copy paste, more copy paste. And so this is very important because, again, whilst it's not the United States, the idea of this kind of misconduct by someone at such a high level being essentially said to be like, oh, well, what can you do, by this private university is often used as an excuse to privatize more of Mexico's university system, sort of says a lot. But it's funny because right-wingers are using it to say, like, anyway, we'll get to that in a bit. Right now I want to go over some archaeology, ancient history stuff. So let's see. Oh gosh, I'm still figuring this out. So again, I really just don't know. I'm really just trying to start to do this, I guess.
Cultures and Forgotten Civilizations. Please subscribe. Welcome to the World of Antiquity channel. I'm David Niano, and I'm answering voicemails. Let's give one a listen.
Hey David, Satoru Musica here. First of all, thanks a lot for creating such a wonderful channel. I'm enjoying it a lot, and keep doing what you're doing. It's an amazing job. So thanks a lot. I would like to have your opinion on the Piri Reis map. It's quite a fascinating topic, and it has been used many times by these believers of the last advanced civilization. They're using many times this map as a so-called evidence that there was once a great civilization who could sail or even fly, because some believers, they think that this map has been created out of the sky. Graham Hancock also has a dedicated chapter in his book about this. So I've been diving into this topic, and it is pretty impressive, actually. It is pretty mind-blowing what I saw. So I wanted to get your opinion on it, and maybe there are some misinterpretation, maybe there are some falsities or some noise that you can shine your light on. Yeah, so looking forward to hear that, man. Thanks a lot.
And thank you for your voicemail. So the basic question, I guess, is whether the Piri Reis map has ancient origins. As I understand it, Graham Hancock picked this idea up from a book by Charles Hapgood titled Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings, which argues not only that the map has information in it, thousands of years old, but also that it is a piece of evidence that a lost...
So, right now, what I want to emphasize is that Charles Hapgood is known for trying to argue that there was an advanced civilization. Well, I mean, you can see here in just the title of the book and the subtitle, evidence of advanced civilization in the Ice Age. And the thing about all of these claims is that they're always based on these, like, sometimes it's just coincidence. Like, most of the time, it literally is just coincidence. But the argument goes that there was an advanced civilization that already had international trade, right? Essentially, it could already sail across the oceans, particularly the Atlantic, right? And that is, sometimes they try to relate that to Atlantis, right? Because Atlantis was said to be on the other side of the Straits of Gibraltar. And so, again, people say that that shows proof. There's also another conspiracy theory, I guess, that says that, like, that the Romans made it all the way out to the Americas, or that one of the many caliphates, particularly the earlier ones, also sailed off to the Americas as well, which they used to explain many things. But there's no evidence supporting this, right? Like, that's the problem, as we were talking about yesterday. There is no evidence. Like, you can poke holes in these hypotheses very, very easily. And this one in particular, Map of the Ancient Sea Kings, is one of those that tries to, like, I want to say that, if I remember correctly, and David right now is going to go over it, but he takes a euhemerist approach, which I described yesterday as is where you take myth and think of it as if it's history, right? Like, there has to be some historical fact within myth, right? That's the euhemerist view. Like, if they talk about a golden bridge that exists, that blah blah blah, that the gods walked over, or whatever, that means that there once was a golden bridge somewhere, right? Again, that's the euhemerist approach. And that's not a very useful approach, because it has been used in the past by many scholars, right? Particularly when it came to, like, biblical stuff and, other stuff too, but in the West, particularly biblical stuff. But again, we can see the fault, right? The immediate cracks in everything that they claim, because right away it almost becomes apparent that, like, whatever they cannot fulfill with evidence, they just say, oh, well, the myth, right? The myth counts for it. So,
advanced civilization existed before the last ice age. For those of you who haven't heard of it, the map was made by an Ottoman Turkish sea captain named Piri Reis, who lived in the late 15th, early 16th centuries. The map was made in 1513 and was presented as a gift to the Sultan of the time, Selim the Conqueror. Only a part of it survives today. Throughout his naval career, Piri Reis collected charts, he made notes, he sketched maps of the islands and coastlines that he visited, and these he assembled into a book called the Book of the Sea, which he presented to another sultan, a later one, Suleiman Magnificent. Some people are not aware that he made another world map different from the first one in 1528, based on updated information. Only a portion of this map has survived too, and it doesn't have the section that we want. This style map is called a portolan chart. This was a new type of map developed in the Middle Ages. Portolan charts are based on dead reckoning and the magnetic compass. They're characterized by extremely accurate coastlines with crisscrossing rhumb lines. These are paths with constant bearing as measured relative to true north. They started out covering only the area around the Mediterranean Sea, but beginning in the late 15th century, during the age of European discovery and expansion, these maps were expanded to include depictions of the entire world. Most of the graphical symbols and colors and illustrations that you'll see on the Piri Reis map, such as the depiction of people and animals, are typical of portolan charts, as is the lack of latitude or longitude markings. They didn't have that at the time. Also, world maps of this time typically would be adapted to suit the needs of nations who made them, so different parts of the world might be deliberately made in larger scale for symbolic reasons. It was common, for example, for the recently discovered New World to be shown at a larger scale than the Old World, and that's what is done here. By doing that, Piri Reis displaced many American coastal features farther north and south than they actually were. The surviving fragment of Piri Reis's map includes 117 place names. Most are typical of portolan charts and easily identifiable, The map also includes 30 written notes or inscriptions. All but one are in Turkish language. The exception is in Arabic and identifies the mapmaker. It says, this map was drawn by Piri ibn Haji Mehmed, known as the nephew of Kemal Reis in Gallipoli in the month of Muharram of the year 919. That would be mid-March to mid-April of the year 1513. Other notes give info about the people, animals, mineral wealth, and...
Okay, I hope this time I'm not muted during the entire time that I'm explaining. Sorry about that. I was, again, there are all of these different things, and I don't know which corresponds to which. I don't know. It's all... So anyway, so as I was saying the first time, like when I was talking about the euhemerist approach, right? That is where you begin, that is where you see myth as history, right? Like there needs to be some historical truth within myth, and therefore whatever you cannot find evidence for in the particular case, right, when it comes to this, oftentimes they will sort of cover the cracks in their argument with myth, right? Well, you know, the myth of this, and this is why that form of argumentation is seen, again, as not very, not a good idea. I'll just put it like that. It doesn't really do a good job of explaining things, right? But it has been used before, as I was saying, although muted, like particularly in Western historical frameworks, right? We see this a lot when it came to like biblical things up until the late 19th century and the 20th century. But again, it's not an actual way to deal with history that actually has evidence, right? So again, and this map too, another thing to consider is that these maps were just invented in the Middle Ages, right? Particularly in Europe, but of course with the contact with the Ottoman Empire. Suleiman the Magnificent, by the way, is like, I mean, literally one of the greatest Ottoman emperors to ever exist, or sultans, if you want to call them that. But again, sometimes he's described as emperor by some historians because that's, you know, Ottoman Empire, therefore emperor. But sultan, and then the wife would have been sultana. And so, in effect, what this meant is that we finally had these overlapping intellectual traditions when it came to the showing of cartography, right? Like, I like to draw maps. I like maps a lot. I recently finished a map. I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but it's like right here, right? You can see like every building and the streets and everything. And I like to do that. That's what I like to do with my free time, right? When I'm not reading or researching or writing, etc., etc. But another thing too is the fact that because of this new method, it also requires you to kind of like finish the map. Like, it doesn't, you know, like where a lot of places where, I mean, just think about this. It makes sense, right? Where you don't know, you just kind of like connect it to the rest of what you do know, right? Like, and assume that more information will be gathered. That's kind of how cartography works, right? It's particularly back then when if you didn't know and it wasn't mapped by someone, then you really wouldn't know what was there. So again, that's something to keep in mind as we talk about this.
Other wonders discovered by explorers. He likes to refer to stories of creatures that sailors talk about in their journals. So now to the question of what Piri Reis's sources were. Here's what he writes in one of his notations. In this century, there is no map like this map in anyone's possession. The hand of this poor man has drawn it, and now it is constructed from about 20 charts and mappe mundi. Mappe mundi were medieval world maps, but they never were meant to be used as navigational charts. They don't even try to show the relative areas of land and water. they were schematic teaching tools. There were simple ones, which were basically diagrams meant to convey classical learning in an easy way. There were zonal ones, designed to reinforce the idea of the Earth's sphericity and climate zones. TO maps were designed to schematically illustrate the three land masses of the world, as it was known in the classical era. And then there were the larger mappe mundi, which probably were what Piri Reis refers to.
Okay, did you hear what was just said, right? Like, what was just said right now, that there were maps in the Middle Ages, right, that were used to teach the sphericity of the world, right? Flat earthers destroyed, right? Like, flat earth refugees welcome. No. Actually, no, not welcome. But again, like, this belief that, like, at one point people thought the world was flat, and, you know, they like to think, particularly of the Middle Ages, as if the Bible doesn't describe the world as round, or you can't, like, you know, from available evidence, think that it's not flat, right? Like, you know, like when you see the horizon and you can see, you know, like there are many ways to understand that it's not flat, let alone classical learning, from which we have Eratosthenes, who famously, you know, was able to calculate the circumference of the entire planet based on measurements taken at Alexandria and Thebes, right, at noon and two particular days. So, again, these maps are not meant to be navigational. That's why sometimes people will say, how come these maps, like, you know, there were, like, you will see actual navigational maps, and they're very precise, like, oh, you know, whereas these maps, which are, again, some of them were also decorative, right? Like, oh, look, I can afford to pay for someone to make me a mappe mundi. Right, I mean, that's one way of thinking about it, is that, again, it was to show the whole world, right? Like, that's all it was. Kind of like now, people own globes, right, of, you know, and they might have it in their on their desk, for example. It's not that they necessarily need it, right, but it's there as a you know, as part of the decor, right? And so that's what these mappe mundi were more for, either for usage in instruction, right, so people could get a relative understanding of the world, right, like where Greece was, where Ilium was, where Mesopotamia was, etc., etc. And the TO maps that they're talking about, that David's talking about, those are like really old. Like that's where, like, there's a famous one, maybe I can pull it up in a bit, where it literally has Jerusalem in the center, and then it has like three petals, right? Europe, Asia, and then Africa. And that was considered to be a map of the world. But obviously people understood that that didn't mean that all the continents were shaped the same way, right? It was more supposed to be a symbolic way of expressing that Jerusalem, right, the very holy city for Christians and Muslims and Jews, was the center of the world. So that was a way of expressing that. And then there are even more ancient maps that literally look like a T and a zero, like an O around them, and that was to describe land as they knew it then. Hello, Black Yamato, so good to see you. How are you? I'm having trouble with the what's it called, the OBS chat, and so I don't want to stop streaming and start streaming again on the one I'm much more comfortable with, Twitch, the Twitch one. So I'm just gonna stay here and write it out. But it's so nice to see you, Black Yamato. I hope you're doing well. I've seen you playing Pokemon. It looks fun. I haven't played Pokemon in a long time. The last time I played it, I was like still in a relationship, and like I was still in a relationship with this person that I'm so glad I'm not in a relationship with anymore, and like they were super into Pokemon, but they were like those people that are like really into it, in that like they will breed Pokemon over and over. Oh, yeah, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. And so about Jerusalem, I love taking historical tangents. So Jerusalem has immense importance for Jews because it is the site of the first and second temples. The first one, which was built by Solomon, and then the second one by King Solomon, which in Hebrew you say Shlomo HaMelech, right? Melech, just like Melek in Arabic, means king. And instead of saying al, right, in Hebrew you say ha, which means the. Um, Shlomo HaMelech was said to have built the first one. And then under the Herodian dynasty, under Herod Antipater, that's when you have the building of the temple that whose image we know now much more. Let me see here if I can find diagram, because there are many. I wish there was one that showed it in relation to the city. City. Because I want you guys to see kind of. Is this okay? Sorry, I'm looking at a website really quickly, trying to see if it even has the. No, that doesn't have it. Well, that's fine. We'll just go here and. Okay. So glad you asked this, actually, Black Yamato, because now I actually get to. So this would have been the temple structure, more or less. There's another one that's a bit more like. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This one actually shows the comparison between the two. That way people can understand kind of like the fact that there was a difference and that, you know, all that stuff. Or we'll see anyway. It's not working. Okay, so anyway. The way in which this temple existed, just want one. Okay, there we go. Oh, good, I found it. I found exactly what I was looking for, finally. So the way how the temple was here in Jerusalem, it took up a big piece of the bedrock that's there. Now, the importance to Judaism is that that's where you have Ha-Moriah, right? Ha-Moriah, otherwise known as the Temple Mount, is where Abraham is said to have, you know, done the whole binding of Isaac scene, right? And so that has this very special connection to, right, Jewish God. And so a lot of other important things also are said to have happened there in Jewish thought. Like many people in Jewish thought also believe that is where the creation of the world, like when the world first began to form, that's where it formed first in Jewish thought. And so there's that religious importance. Also, it was an important site for trade because Palestine is right up against it's in the Eastern Mediterranean. So it had access by Jaffa, which is where, or in Hebrew, now they call it Yafo, but Jaffa is where Jonah, you know, from the famous Jonah and the whale story, that's where he left, and then got eaten by a whale. And so Jaffa was one of those big ports that was very important for Middle East trade, particularly when, again, you have Egypt on one side, Persia on the other, and then, you know, the Greeks, right? So there's all this trade going on. So Jerusalem was an important way station, but also a trade center in itself for that to happen. Now, when it comes to Christianity, the so again, I could go very in depth about the Jewish part, but I won't because this isn't a Jewish studies course. So for when it comes to Christianity, Jerusalem is very important because, again, it is said that, of course, that Jesus was first introduced at the temple, and that once when he was young, like a teenager essentially, that his parents kind of like forgot. And I'm not joking. Like, I'm not trying to make fun of Christianity. Please don't misunderstand me. But in the story, it's literally like they left him there in Jerusalem while they kept going back home to Nazareth, and then they realized that, oh, Jesus isn't here, and then they went back to Jerusalem, and that's where the famous scene of him, of Jesus, talking with the other rabbis, would have happened. And that actually ensconces Jesus actually in the Pharisaic tradition, which I think is really interesting, because I know people like to say, and this actually is an anti-Semitic thing to say, when you say like, oh, you're a Pharisee, right? Because obviously you have that being seen as a derogatory way of talking about Jews, as being Pharisaic. But Jesus himself in the stories, by definition, would have been technically a Pharisee. And so then what you also have is, toward the end of Jesus' life, like Jesus really only goes to Jerusalem towards the end of his life, literally at the very end. And he goes there around Passover, and that's where the trial of Jesus, the Roman trial of Jesus, because I think I've talked about this before, the Sanhedrin wouldn't have been meeting at all during that time. During Passover, the Sanhedrin is closed because it's like one of their biggest holidays. They would have been busy with the sacrifices. They wouldn't have had time to call 120 people, right, and their scribes and the junior legal scholars to be there to have all of this. But I'm not going to go into that either. And so this is when you have the trial of Jesus, his indictment, and his crucifixion in Jerusalem. And so it has immense importance to Christianity because it is the site of Jesus' crucifixion. And so, oh yeah, well, I'm glad that it's interesting. And so for Muslims, it's very important because where the Dome of the Rock is, right? Again, that the bedrock of Hamoria is super important. Like it's had importance, first for the Jewish temple, but also for the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and also for the Dome of the Rock, in that it is believed that it is from there that the Prophet Muhammad, right, at this point, a Muslim would say, peace be upon him, did his night ride, right, on a flying horse. So because of that, that's why that particular rock is, that part of the bedrock is seen as very sacred, because it's where he ascended into heaven, right, and did the night ride, right, where he was able to return, etc. So that's why, and also initially, Muslims prayed towards Jerusalem, and in the same way, like Jews pray towards Jerusalem. Whereas Muslims at first prayed towards Jerusalem, but then they actually changed to instead pray towards the Kaaba in Makkah. So that's again. But also, like, the third holiest site. I always find it strange when they measure it this way, but I guess I can understand that Al-Masjid al-Haram, which is like the mosque that's in Mecca, and also the Prophet's mosque in Medina, I can see why those two, I guess, are of more importance. But the third most important site in Islam is Al-Aqsa, which is, again, in Al-Quds right there on, which is why it's very important for that reason. Again, it's connected to Muhammad physically being there, and also his riding a winged horse into heaven. And so that is why it has immense importance, and it's also always been a city of multiple faiths and peoples, always. Like, it's like the Zionist way of thinking about it now doesn't make any sense, because even in the Tanakh, even in like where it describes like what happened during the conquest of what is now Jerusalem, Jerusalem, is that it even speaks about how like the ancient Israelites came to live with the Jebusites, who were the people that ruled over that area at that time. So so if you know a lot about, again, this is a bit more important, I guess, towards the Christian side, is that here you have Bethany, Bethany, and the Mount of Olives, right? This is famously where you have the Garden of Gethsemane, which is where Jesus says his final prayer, right, to his, to God, and that is where also Judas betrays him, right, for the 30 pieces of silver. And when you go there to Jerusalem, like you have the Temple Mount, right, kind of like this, and immediately, like the Mount of Olives goes up right after that. And one of the main Jewish cemeteries in Jerusalem is right there, right next to the... Good morning! It's so good to see you, October. How are you? You can actually... So the reason why is because in Jewish thought, the belief is that the people that are the closest to where the temple was, right, will be the first to be... I don't want to say like, well, because Jews believe in reincarnation, but also the belief that when we will all be reunited in a spiritual sense, but some people also take it literally, will, like the resurrection, I guess, is one way of thinking of it. Like when everybody will finally be able to come out of Gan Eden and the world will become Gan Eden. Because again, the views of Christians and Jews when it comes to the afterlife are very distinct, very different. They actually, yeah, anyway, I'm not going to go into that. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad that I'm sorry that you're so sleepy, but I hope that you can have some nice Void coffee. And yeah, I decided to stream today because I was just like reading, and then I was like, oh, it would be nice to actually stream on a Friday and talk to people and stuff. So, So yeah, Jerusalem just has a lot of historical importance. In fact, as we went over yesterday, some of the first pipes for water storage and for water movement were found in Jerusalem. So again, there's people have been living in that what is now again called Jerusalem for a long time, right? And in Hebrew we say Yerushalayim, and what Jerusalem means, actually, what I find very interesting, means the place of peace. Because anytime you have the SH, or the S in terms of Arabic, the way how Semitic languages work is that they have a root consonant system. So if you have the S, or SH in the case of Hebrew, but the letter looks the same. L and M, that like the word shalom, right? Then it means that whatever you're talking about has the word peace within it. Sort of like the name Solomon or Shlomo means the peace bringer, right? Or the peace giver, right? Again, these are just some of the intricacies of Semitic languages that, again, the Indo-European languages don't necessarily have. Where the Afro-Asiatic language family, which is one of the world's major language families after the Indo-European, which is the one that's the most spoken. One of its qualities is this root consonant system. So let's see here.
they had the space and detail to illustrate further concepts, such as the cardinal directions of the compass, distant lands, history, mythology, Bible stories, flora, fauna, and exotic races. They were like little encyclopedias of medieval knowledge. Anyway, he continues, the hand of this poor man has drawn it, and now it is constructed from about 20 charts and mappe mundi. These are charts drawn in the days of Alexander, Lord of the Two Horns, which show the inhabited quarter of the world. The Arabs name these charts Jafaria, from 8 Jafariyas of that kind, and 1 Arabic map of Hind, and from the maps just drawn by 4 Portuguese, which show the countries of Hind, Sind, and China, geometrically drawn, and also from a map drawn by Colombo in the western region. By reducing all these maps to one scale, this final form was arrived at, so the present map is as correct and reliable for the 7 seas as the maps of our own countries are considered correct and reliable by seamen. So, according to Piri Reis, the map was compiled from 14 charts. Since he had 20 documents, the mappe mundi must have been the other 6. The charts that he calls Jafaria, as you can see, do go back to an ancient source. He says they come from the days of Alexander the Great, which would be the 4th century BCE.
So what they mean by the 2 horns is actually, like, if you look at they have the golden horn, which is where Istanbul or Constantinople, as it was once known, right, is at, and then the other side. So it's speaking particularly how Alexander controlled both sides of this important division, or supposed division, I guess, of the world, right? Which is the Golden Horn, and I don't know if the other one actually has a name. I do know that the one that is Istanbul is called the Golden Horn. So that's the context, is that he had conquered the European side of what is now what would be Eastern Thrace, and also the other side, right? Which, when you're in Istanbul, you really know that, like, they are kind of like pointing at one another, if you look at it on a map. So.
But to be more precise, he's almost certainly referring to the maps of the most important ancient geographer, Claudius Ptolemy, who lived in the 2nd century CE. It was believed, however, that Ptolemy based his works on earlier works, such as that of Eratosthenes, who did incorporate information gathered from Alexander's campaigns. Anyway, the 2nd century CE is still ancient. These would not be originals by the hand of Ptolemy himself because of deterioration. They would be copies, many generations down, but Piri Reis had 8 of them that he could compare. In addition to these 8 charts based on Ptolemy, Piri Reis said he used an Arabic map of India, Hind, 4 contemporary Portuguese maps of India, Pakistan, Sind, and China, and a map by Christopher Columbus himself for parts of the Americas. So 14 charts and 6 mappe mundi make 20. He probably also had access to journey accounts written by early explorers of the New World, as most of the notes of his map running along the American coasts come from Portuguese and Genovese accounts. Now, unless you think that the maps of Ptolemy, which are the oldest, have their origins tens of thousands of years earlier, there's no basis to conclude from Piri Reis's words that he possessed anything older. His sources are ones that you would expect. The most important of all his sources would be a map of Christopher Columbus he claims to have used. Christopher Columbus! No maps of Columbus have survived. But his may have been a map similar to the one made in 1500 by Juan de la Cosa, the cartographer that accompanied both Columbus and de Ojeda.
So, actually, it's interesting that we are talking about Columbus. Hi, Yokio. It's so good to see you. How are you? And yes, Buffy Keek, I love the Void coffee. I actually had coffee this morning, actually. I was a little bit, I usually don't drink coffee, at least not at home, right? Like, if I do, it's usually in the morning, right? Like, that's a very Mexican, like, rather, not drinking coffee in the morning, but ever since I was a kid, I've been drinking coffee in the morning, right? Like, a lot of the things that people say about, oh, you know, don't give kids coffee. Well, funny for me, it's like coffee makes me sleepy. So, and in fact, and I know it's a genetic thing because it also affects my mom in the same way. My dad, not so much, but my mom for sure. Like, both of us, we will be like, yeah, we're getting like, oh yeah, we want to drink coffee to go to sleep. You know, so yeah. But anyway, and also another thing too was like in Mexico, it's very common for. So I'm trying to make sure that my kefir is comfortable because it gets a little warm sometimes. And that is that in Mexico, it's very common for people, like the whole family, to drink coffee all at once, right? Like sit down, you have your pan dulce, and also at night too, you have that where like un panadero, like I don't want to say a baker, but kind of like a baker, but this guy is like, he has like a charola, like a whole thing of bread, like a basket, and it has like a covering over it. Oh yeah, it makes for good naps for sure. And also, sorry, I have to look at my phone for chat because I don't know, chat's acting weird with OBS, and I've never really streamed using OBS. I usually use the Twitch one, and it is a lot easier. But I've heard this one is, you know, you can get a better resolution, blah blah blah, all that stuff, all that good stuff. So yeah, so the panadero will start announcing like, pan dulce, you know, he'll start like yelling, which is very common, and in Mexico and also in the global South in general. And then, you'll go, people will go, he'll go like door to door, like people will be like, oh, come here, and then, he'll sell conchas, which are like very a staple kind of like dessert, right, from Mexican dessert. Or he'll have things like mantecadas, which are like a slice of bread with butter and then sugar on top. So it's like they're all dippable, right? You're supposed to dip them in your coffee, and then you go to sleep. So I got used to that. And like when I used to live in Mexico, I got so used to like the idea of people coming by your door, like by your house to sell you things, that like in America, I'm like, oh gosh, I wish there was like a tortilla guy that would come around and be like, tortillas caliente, you know what I mean? Like, because it's kind of like, oh, why do I have to drive like an hour to get to the nearest grocery store to buy tortillas, right? Because, or whatever, for example. But so speaking about Columbus, a lot of things that people don't know about Columbus is that on his first journey, there were actually people that were Jewish on that boat, and so they were conversos. So they were people that had either forcefully or, I mean, I would say that even if they did it, by their own volition, if your other choice is you get expelled from Spain, I think, So the first person to actually, the first European person to set foot on like what is now like technically isn't the Caribbean, but what is now known, obviously even not discounting the Vikings, that's a whole different story, but in the early modern period. Oh, thank you so much, Retro45 Spin. Yes. Some donuts to go with my coffee. Oh my gosh, what's so funny is there's actually a movie, another Mexican movie, from the same director who's also the main actress in the movie, where she's always sort of poking fun or, is trying to use that medium of film, which is a huge medium in Mexico, like I would say much, much more than in the U.S., like TV, and like TV still reigns a lot in Mexico. Anyway, so her movies would make fun of, like the experience of people from Mexico who go to the United States. And one of the things that, that they should kind of made was not making fun of necessarily, maybe I'm wording that incorrectly, but kind of was like poking at, was the fact that, English is very difficult to learn. And so that means that a lot of people, when you're learning it, rely on things that like, okay, I know how to say shopping mall, so I'm going to say, where is the shopping mall, right? Or, grocery store, or Walmart, stuff like that. And I mean, that's what people do when they're learning languages in general, right? But because there is this immense pressure in the United States for people to have to learn English immediately, because again, like this belief that somehow like everything is bilingual is one, not true. Like there might be bilingual spaces in Hispanic communities, right? Mexican communities, Central American communities, etc. But like most of the country is not that, right? So it involves people having to speak in English quite a lot. And if you want to get a job, oftentimes a lot of the jobs, especially in the service sector, require you to speak English. And so one of the things that La India Maria sort of makes fun of is that she wants to try cheeseburger, but back in the day they said cheese hamburger, right? They're like, oh, sí, tú quieres comer una cheese hamburger, right? And so when she orders this, I don't know which restaurant it's at, she says, cheese hamburger, please. And then the girl, like the waitress, says like, oh, and which cheese would you like that with? Swiss, American, and she doesn't know, so instead she says, donuts and coffee, right? Because that she does know, right? And so I don't know. It's just one of those things that just comes to mind when I think about that too. Is that like, when you're put in these situations, although in that case it's used for comic effect, we also must keep in mind the fact that, of course, it's much more than comic effect, right? Like it's a reality for many people that don't know English very well and have to rely on what they do know. But anyway, on a separate point. So the first person to set foot in the Americas in the early modern period was actually someone who was Jewish. And in fact, even the map makers, and this is important because of what we're talking about right now, of Christopher Columbus were Jewish as well. Like, they didn't use map makers from Spain. They literally went looking for Jewish map makers in Italy that were known for making their very accurate maps. So I've always thought, to me, like these bits of history that kind of are forgotten, particularly because it's the erasure that was promulgated by law and done over hundreds of years of the Jewish people in the Americas and also in Spain, is the fact that, again, you don't learn that the first person to set foot when you have this new contact, right? The Columbian like the end of the pre-Columbian era and the beginning of the Columbian exchange in particular, that it was a Jewish person that first set foot. And do you want to know the reason why? Because, again, thinking that they had reached India, that the person that the Jewish guy knew how to speak Hebrew and Arabic. So they thought, oh, well, these people from India will most likely understand Arabic, because at that time it was spoken all over, Southwest Asia, going into other stuff. Just give me one quick second. I have to Okay. So sorry about that. I did not at all mean uh, for that to occur. Um, but I had a call. I had to answer it. So hopefully you guys couldn't hear it though. So anyway, as I was saying earlier, right? You guys couldn't hear it. Just want to make sure, because again, I'm not used to this. I'm like almost tempted to restart the stream on the one I know how to use, just because of that. Just because I really don't know how to work this very well. So let me know if you actually could hear the conversation I had. If you couldn't, that's good. That's what I want, right? Oh. Okay, good. Because it was private. Anyway, so as I was saying, so again, it like whilst the Spaniards had gotten rid of their Jews, so to speak, by expelling them, the people that were on, also, this is another sort of coincidence, I guess, is that the day after, you got a little echo? Like what could you hear? Oh, not now? Oh, right now? Okay, I see what you mean. I thought you meant of like when I was talking on the phone, because that's like, want to make sure that that's not done. But anyway, that there was, at this time, so the day before, I see. On this one, I don't know why it would, but I turned something off. Hopefully it works now. But anyway, okay, good. So, as I was saying, when they went about, thank you guys so much, I appreciate it. When the day that was the last day that Jews could stay in Spain, the next day, right? Or rather, pardon me, I'm getting confused. The day that it was the Alhambra decree was signed, that gave Jews until August, right? Until August, I think it was 8th or something, to leave Spain, right? The official expulsion order. The next day, April 1st, Christopher Columbus left from the port of Palos to go to the Americas. And on his ship, he had Jewish-made maps and Jewish, sailors with him as well. And I just find to me like this kind of, I don't know whether... Oh, hi Tempu, it's good to see you, and I've always found it rather strange that, that was the case, right? That the first person that was sent down to touch, the Americas when, in this particular time, right? When it later was found out that this was the whole new, continent that they had discovered, that it was a Jewish person because he knew how to speak Hebrew and Arabic, and particularly Arabic, and that they thought that was the most useful skill on the ship for talking to the indigenous peoples of the Americas. So anyway, I just thought to me that was very interesting. Oh, did I? I don't know. I was trying to see if the function still worked on my computer, because it wasn't working, and I just whatever was on there, I thought I had taken some of the stuff off. I have been taking stuff off, but anyway, because I even wrote this would be an upgrade, blah blah blah, and then to see if, because it wouldn't let me enter text and it wouldn't let me copy paste stuff, so But yeah, I mean, technically speaking, it would be a nice, like for my work computer, it would be nice to have a newer computer. But that's not what I'm focusing on. The books are much more important. Trust me. Oh, thank you so much, Yokio. That means so much to me. Yeah, like I actually like again, I think I've kind of explained that like when I go outside, I can't really wear makeup and stuff like that. Like I can't like I actually like to paint my nails a lot. I have these so this is actually from a queer Twitch streamer and I just love the colors, right? There are more, but some of these colors are actually based off Pokemon and other stuff too. But again, I can't really go out and do makeup and stuff like that. It's just too many hogs, unfortunately. Um, yeah, but when I get the chance, particularly on stream, I like to try at my very basic makeup skills. But anyway, um, what was that? What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, so also we historians have determined where they believe the actual first contact, right, between the Spaniards and the native peoples would have been, and it's some island in the Bahamas. I can't remember which one, but yeah, like it's the ultimate. It's this very strange thing that again a lot of people don't realize is the fact that that first person was Jewish and that they had to use Jewish maps because the Christian made maps, I guess, in the Kingdom of Spain were not good enough because they were not known for their accuracy. Like they had cartographers, but Spain at this point was not a very important maritime power, right? It's after Columbus discovers all this that then Spain becomes a huge maritime power. But up until hitherto, it was Italy and like the Dutch, etc., that were far, and the Hanseatic League, that were far much more important. So they tend to have the best map makers. And in all three of those, right, in the Italian city-states, in the Netherlands, and even in the Hanseatic League, it was more likely to find Jewish people that were allowed to have citizenship. And whereas in Spain, again, they expelled, and then 5 years later, then Portugal expelled their Jews. So, you know. Um, Yokio, what do you mean? Okay, let's talk about this map that you're missing. Um, oh, I stopped the sound of the vid to, can you guys hear me? Like, I stopped the vid, that way I could respond to Adadak. Um, Hispaniola, I think that's where the Taino people were. So the Taino actually, oh, no, he did go there, and on his second voyage. That's where he went. In fact, Santo Domingo was the first European settlement ever built, like a city ever built in the New World. And that's on Española. Like literally in Spanish, it's called Española. Like when we say Hispaniola, right? It's kind of like when people say the word Hispanic. Like what it means is Spanish. And in fact, if you go to the East Coast, you still meet people that talk about like Puerto Ricans and stuff. Like they will call them Spanish, and it comes from again this usage of like Hispanic doesn't contain all of the peoples of Latin America. Um, yeah, yeah, no, no, no. Yeah, like he had four main voyages that he went on, um, and the first one is the one where he is said to have landed in what we now think is the Bahamas. Like it's very hard. It's very hard for historians. It's been very hard for historians to determine where it is, because you know Christopher Columbus et al., right, the crew of the three ships, they didn't know where they were, right? They thought they were in India. Um, and also the Taino people that they did meet, and the Arawak people as well, like they didn't know, like we don't know who they met, blah, blah, blah. Like it's very, very difficult because they didn't have written language. Also, a lot of them were then enslaved and murdered, etc. So it's kind of difficult. So it's been a really difficult to like really tie down where it was, but most people say like using, and again, this is using all sorts of historical methods, even looking at climate, looking at wind charts, looking at all of this stuff. People were able to kind of like close the circle, so to speak, that it was most likely one of the Bahamian islands. So, you know, but yeah, after like his second voyage and his third voyage, like that's when you have the discovery of Hispaniola and all of that stuff. And in fact, one of the islands that was again colonized by the Spanish, they actually called it the Island of Youth, right? Like almost like the Fountain of Youth, Isla de la Juventud, and it still is called that to this day. It's in Cuba. It's like, so you have like the Cuban mainland island, right? But just south of the northwest tip of it, it's right there, and it's called Isla de la Juventud. But what do you mean about this map that you're missing, Adadak? I don't understand. I don't know if you're if you're trying to say something and the joke just whoosh over me, or yeah, this is oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh yeah. Um so this is supposed to be what this is the Piri Rice map, which again was created by an Ottoman general, I believe, and was given to the Sultan Suleiman II, or Suleiman the Magnificent of the Ottoman Empire. Um, and so a lot of this was, like some people say that it shows an ancient civilization that doesn't exist anymore. Some people use it to argue it's Atlantis. Other people, again, who don't understand this historical context, will often forget that, like, as David just said, it was quite a while, and it was not actually. I've actually heard some historians disagree on this, where, because of the following. America was not named after Amerigo Vespucci because only saints, like, Christian figures, saints, right? People from the Bible, etc., and royalty have things named after their first name, like Charlottesville, right? Carolina, right? For Charles, right? For Carolus. Carolus, also known as Carlo or Carlos. Charles, right, is, or Karl, right, in German, is, Carolus in Latin. Lake Victoria, right? Prince Andrew Island, right? And also you also have saints, right? Like San Diego, California, right? San Francisco, right? First names. But whenever it's named after a lay person, right? That is to say just a normal, average person, it's their surname, right? This is why you have like the Jones River. This is why you have, this is again, this is why you have other all like using the United States as an example, or even Mexico as an example, but that one is perhaps a bit different because sometimes they will add it as part of like they will have the indigenous word, which is one thing I'm glad about Mexico is that it kept a lot of those indigenous names, and then they'll add de blank, and it's their surname, like Lagos de Moreno, right? So Moreno is the surname, right? So if it would have been named after Amerigo Vespucci, it would have been named Vespuccia, not America. And so some historians have claimed that it actually was from a map that had someone, a Welshman whose name was Emeric, whose surname was Emeric, and then that's when you got Amérique, right, in French, and then America in Spanish. But again, people are not exactly like, people prefer the Amerigo Vespucci story because they think that like, he realized that it was like, people over time began to realize it wasn't East Asia or South Asia that they had reached. But at the beginning, they didn't know like what the connection was with Asia, because they thought, well, these islands might be here, but maybe they're just islands, far off the coast of Japan, right? Like they didn't know that there was a whole landmass. But as time went on, as you begin to have more, colonization throughout the Caribbean, and then going actually into the continental parts, the mainland, I guess I should say, that's when you get people that are like, well, this doesn't make any sense because we know India is kind of shaped like this, and this goes like that, and so yeah. Again, this is where a lot of these questions, right, for historians and everything come, like, it's easy to say, oh, yeah, because this is why I was saying, like, with the style of map that we're talking about, and even with a lot of other things, like, even to this day, like there's this, the wastewater and COVID measurement, right, until they update it, if you're a few days like after when it was last updated, it will just flatline until it gets new data, right? And so it'll seem like there's nothing happening, but there is, right? There is, the numbers are going up or down or whatever it might be, but until they enter the new data, which they do it weekly, it makes it seem as though nothing's happening. Same thing with these maps, is that like they're trying to portray the entire world, and so where they don't know where the world ends, or, that is to say where the land masses end, or they just kind of filled in the blanks, right? Oh no. Really? Maybe this would help, I guess. I don't know. Again, sorry, this is the first time I've been streaming on this. I'm really starting to like the Twitch one. I just wish it was like, I just wish they would make it better, to make it like be I don't know, like more better, because I'm having trouble with the bots. Like, I don't know, in the sense that I don't know how to, like, for my Throne account, for example, where you could put, like, exclamation point wish list and then it pops up, or, all of that stuff to put in those commands. I just don't know how to do that. And my lovely mods, bless them, they have also had trouble with that, so, I'm not sure. But the issue with these claims that that this pseudo historian is claiming is that because they did just that, they just fixed up the. Did you guys miss like a lot of what was just said? I can go back if you guys want. I think we were around here. Yeah, I'll just do that. That'll be better. Just to make sure.
There are many maps of this period that incorrectly joined the New World with East Asia. Classical influence was still strong, and the Greeks and Romans had envisioned a much smaller globe. The most accurate part of Piri Reis's map is the coast of Brazil, the details of which he may have gotten from the Portuguese explorer of that coast, Pedro Alvarez Cabral. The rest is pretty bad. Even in Brazil, he wrongly has the Amazon River on there twice. Now, Charles Hapgood claimed that this map suggests knowledge of Antarctica. And since Piri Reis couldn't have known about Antarctica, he must have gotten this information from ancient sources. Yes, I know what you're thinking. How would ancient sources know about Antarctica? Well, this knowledge, he surmises, goes all the way back to an ancient lost civilization before the last ice age, more than 10,000 years ago. And this civilization, in fact...
Okay, so as I was saying, this is the problem with trying to fit in lost civilization, which a lot of times now people are just using it to be Atlantis, but whatever civilization you want to attribute it to being depicted on the Piri Reis map. One of the main things is, again, we know that Piri Reis, like that the map itself was created using sources, many of which were Portuguese, right? That's why the coast of Brazil is so well detailed, even though technically it does have okay, yeah, well, we will talk about it off stream. And so one of those things that really kind of comes through with this is, again, like, this was not meant to be used navigationally. This was meant to be presented as a gift to the emperor or the sultan of the Ottoman Empire, Suleiman the Magnificent. So, again, this is something that's more an objet d'art, right? It's more first something artistic or something, right, to see on someone, right, to sort of show. Another thing too is to show, one thing would also be the vastness of one's domains too. If they do, show like country borders, that's another reason why a lot of people would make these maps. But they were not, Mapi Mundi were not necessarily made, or rather were not made for navigational purposes. That's when you needed actual cartographers who either, some of whom were renowned because they were working with navigational, either with navigators themselves, right, and thus had people that actually went out and mapped the land masses that we're talking about, or, again, already had, oh, hi, Allie, it's so good to see you. How are you today? So good to see everybody. I'm so happy. And so that's one thing to keep in mind. But this whole there's a lost civilization. Again, almost always what is happening here is that they just fill in the blanks, right? Oh yeah, I totally get that. I was tired because I was just reading, and I was kind of like, I need to do something else. But I thought streaming would be better to just like talk and stuff. And yeah, pretty much what you get is people filling in those blanks, right? Because again, they want to have this thing completed, but it's artistic, it's not navigational. So, so what if there's a line that keeps continuing from the second Amazon in Brazil, and just keeps on going? It doesn't really matter, right? Like, people at that point, especially when there were these discoveries happening, right? The maps were changing all the time. So, and these cartographers and navigators, etc., like, they would be employed to go out there and do the actual mapping of coastlines, etc. Whereas, these Mapimundi weren't for that purpose. So that's another thing to keep contextualized. So to say, therefore, that you can see a civilization, a lost civilization, that is privy to this person through ancient sources, that is 10,000 years old, which, again, begs the question, or rather brings up the question, I would say, 10,000 years from us? Like from when he wrote the book, or 10,000 years from P.D. Rice? Because I don't remember what the argument of the book is. But 10,000 years ago is roughly when the last ice age was. And that's when you have the Younger Dryas period, right, or impact period. Again, I'm sorry for all of the stuff going on in my neighborhood. It's just one of those days in the wonderful Southern California. So.
Now we knew of Antarctica, but resided there. And the evidence for this is that in Thierry Rees's map, Antarctica is depicted as having a warm climate. So somehow he knew. But wait a minute. Did Antarctica ever have a warm climate? Yes, but much longer ago than what Hapgood is saying. A study by scientists at Yale discovered that Antarctica was about as warm as California in the Eocene period, 40 to 50 million years ago. And another study by scientists from the UK and Germany suggested that Antarctica was a tropical rainforest in the Cretaceous period, some 90 million years ago. In the period that Hapgood wants his civilization to have existed, it was far too cold for one. For this reason, Hapgood had another hypothesis, which is commonly called the cataclysmic pole shift hypothesis. He speculated that polar ice mass accumulated and destabilized the rotation of the Earth, causing displacement of the Earth's crust, while at the same time not disturbing Earth's axial orientation. When Albert Einstein showed that this could not happen, Hapgood changed his view slightly and said that
Imagine that the person that calls you out on your bullshit is Albert fucking Einstein, right? He's like, nah, bro, like, legit, this is just wrong. Like, you just don't know what you're fucking talking about. Like, that's not how the world works. It's not like, oh, there's a whole bunch of ice, and therefore it makes the, it just... Oh, I don't know. That's just one of those things that's, like, really interesting when, like, someone who is very well known, I guess, in history and everything is, like, the person that calls out this conspiracy theory and saying, like, nah, bro, this couldn't have happened. Like, that doesn't even make any sense. Like, what do you mean there was just, like, a whole bunch of ice and it just, like, slanted everything over, and it's just, like, that's not how the world works, bro. That's not how the world works. But again, this is the type of stuff you will get from pseudo-historians and pseudo-archaeologists that try to argue for some lost ancient civilization, is that they love to use examples like, or they like to use sort of strange climactic theories like this. Because, for example, like anthropogenic climate change, right? Which is something that, has only made things much... I mean, the fact that it's fucking snowing in Southern California, right? Like, literally, like, if I were to go to, like, where my friend's house is, because it's, like, up on a hill, right? Yeah, mud flood, yeah. It's, like, higher up on a hill, so you can actually see the Hollywood sign, and he lives a little bit closer. Like, I was there, and earlier this morning actually, and I saw the fact that there was like snow just behind it, like, and I'm like, I've never seen snow like that far down on those mountains, right? And it's like, it's beautiful, but at the same time, it does speak to the fact that, like when it's 90 degrees in Maine, and people have to turn on the AC, and in LA it's fucking snowing, right? It kind of, I don't know, like this whole thing, like, oh, there's no way. I mean, but again, it's not something that individuals can do really anything about. That is to say, the individual choice thing that they like to promote, particularly corporations, just, I mean, like, I remember when I first told one of my neighbors that although we have like recycling pickup, one day it was revealed, because I forget what it was, the whatever, but they just have two different colored trucks that they send around, right? And they get sent to the same thing. Like it doesn't get sorted. It doesn't, like, they just do that to abide by the rule or whatever. But in reality, they just dump it all in the same place. And yeah, like we figured it out one day that because they sent one truck and it picked up everything, and then it did it again, right? And so then the whole recycling thing was just like, that's not really happening. But yeah, there are lots of huge climactic incidents that are happening right now due through anthropogenic climate change. However, that does not account for anything near what these people are trying to, or rather, the type of change that these people depend on in order to make their hypotheses workable, right? Like, the fact that Albert Einstein had to be like, yeah, you can't, like, stack up ice and then it will, like, move the Earth around. That doesn't work. Or this idea that, like, you could have any single event, like the Younger Dryas, and other such things happen in terms of a civilization, doesn't make sense, because also what existed before that climactic change, right? And again, climactic change can happen over long periods of time, and it does. And there are things that can, right, accelerate it in some way, or attribute to it and cause it to change much faster, or cause it to change the way it is. But except for the anthropogenic one, like that one, like literally the only thing is the end of capitalism. That's like the only thing that will end that. So anyway, when they try to use the 10,000 years ago mark as their sort of basis for this, it doesn't make sense if you go before that. For them it makes sense, this disaster that happened 10,000 years ago, climactic disaster. But what about the time before, right? Like, why isn't there any written record? Why aren't there any of these sophisticated tools that they had, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Why is it that there's nothing on record, like not even a little bit, not even anything to really make us think that it could be true? But they say, oh, well, the disaster wiped out all of the superior, supposedly, right, all of the superior tools, and also got rid of all of the superior people, so to speak, right? Like everyone that knew how to create these, this ancient civilization, it just killed them, right? This is literally part of the, like, if you read very deeply into these, the whole Atlantis myth and all of that, like literally that's what has to be the case, like a selective catastrophe, in order for that to make sense. And I think we can all sort of think in our minds, yeah, it is really funny. And so I think we can all conclude that that doesn't make any sense, right? At the very least, we can say it doesn't make any sense.
That displace the crust must be located below the surface. To be clear, this is not plate tectonics that he's talking about, but something else altogether. This phenomenon has been contradicted by scientific data. Please note that the primary argument that Piri Reis's map preserves ancient knowledge is that it accurately depicts Antarctica. But because it doesn't depict the South Pole as it was known to ever have existed, another hypothesis had to be formed in order to make the real Antarctica fit Piri Reis's map. That's what I call cooking the books. It is possible, however, that Piri Reis got the idea of a southern continent from earlier maps. There are other 16th century maps that show one connected to South America.
So again, you can clearly see here, I know there's text there, but you can see that like they would just connect it because they imagined that like because Europe, Asia, and Africa are connected, therefore all the other land masses must somehow all connect too, right? Is one way of thinking about that. And oh, thank you. So as I was saying, I'm so sorry. So as I was saying here, like this map right here that's supposed to be describing, you know, the different land masses that are there, you have, you know, a lot of times what you do have, if you do have actually, you know, things being taken into consideration, is that people would surmise that, well, you know, we know that this, again, they still thought for a lot of people that this landmass, which is the Americas, had to be in some way really close to Asia, right? They didn't expect the whole Pacific Ocean to be there because they didn't know, right? And so, because of that, they would often depict the land masses as connecting because, again, Africa, Asia, and Europe all connect, even though they see them as three distinct land masses. So they also did the same thing with the Americas. They presumed that there had to be some kind of connection with all of the lands altogether, right? Especially because they still tried to keep the idea that America was close to Asia or was part of Asia in some way, because again, that's still what they thought. Like, well, in that direction, we know if we keep going that direction, we'll get closer to Asia, right? To East Asia in particular. So this is why. Another thing, like I've been saying, is just filling in, like, people expected that, well, there must be, like, okay, well, there's this land here that we didn't know was here before. Surely there must be land down here as well. And it was just filling in the blanks, like, well, you know, there's going to be something discovered here, right, that's there. And when people use this as evidence for, like, a lost civilization, it just doesn't make any sense because, for example, people had not gone down to discover, like, the southern cone, really, like when it comes down to, like, the bottom of Argentina, you know, Patagonia and all of that stuff, and then the bottom of Chile, like Punta Arenas and all of that stuff, where the Straits of Magellan are at. That hadn't really been discovered yet, which again would have made them have to put some kind of, you know, something to separate it from the other landmass, which is, of course, Antarctica. And they also didn't know about Australia. They didn't know about New Zealand. They didn't know a lot about Polynesia, etc. So, again, a lot of this is just them trying to fill in the blanks of what they do know with what they kind of know. And that's very common when it comes to these maps. Because, again, just look at this map. It's very obviously decorative because it doesn't show a lot of things, right? It doesn't show the borders between countries. It doesn't really show, or maybe not the borders between countries, but it doesn't really speak to much of anything, right? Instead, what you have is these general outlines of Europe, Africa, and Asia. And again, the knowledge of Asia really drops off after a certain point. Like you can see sort of after India, when you start going past Myanmar and into Southeast Asia, like they kind of know that there's like a peninsula and like this archipelago, but again, a lot of this hasn't really been explored yet. So, but this map is very clearly decorative. As you can see, like it's decorated with gold leaf, right? So this isn't a navigational map. So that's why a lot of these just kind of decide to just connect all of the land masses together because, again, the other land masses, Europe, Eurasia and Africa are connected. So they just presumed that they were all connected.
The reason for this is because an imagined southern land appears in ancient classical sources. This was not a land that had been discovered, nor was it a land that is depicted or spoken about in pre-classical sources. It was a land that the Greeks simply surmised existed. They supposed many fabulous lands to have existed that never did. They just happened to get lucky here. But I'm not so sure that on Piri Reis's map, this is supposed to be the imagined southern continent. Notice how it doesn't protrude from Argentina, but from Brazil, 2,500 miles north of where it's supposed to be. Look at the snake depicted at the bottom right edge. Piri Reis has a note there which reads, "This country is a waste. Everything is in ruin, and it is said that large snakes are found here. For this reason, the Portuguese infidels do not land on these shores, and these are also said to be very hot." Not a very accurate description of Antarctica. The note just here to the left, also apparently in Antarctica, reads, "And in this country it seems that there are white-haired monsters in this shape, and also 6-horned oxen. The Portuguese infidels have written it in their maps." Clearly, the Portuguese have been to this area, and he's getting the information from the Portuguese.
So again, here we have where the sources of the map, of the Piri Reis map, become very apparent, right? Like, if you were going to get maps from one of the two colonizing powers of the time, the Portuguese in particular were the ones who later on, it's funny, people think that Vasco da Gama went around the Cape of Good Hope before Columbus, and that made the Spanish feel like, oh, we have to go west, otherwise, we're going to lose out to the Portuguese. That isn't true. That happened after they had already discovered that. So that's also something that a lot of people, again, this is what I was talking about with Miss Frizzle yesterday, is that how stuff is taught and why it's taught the way it is a huge deal, right? Like, we can understand why, for example, the usage of the words like discovery, etc., are used in these ways. But at the same time, Piri Reis, there was more of a trade connection between the Portuguese, who were a trading empire, right? That is to say that, with the exception of Brazil, really, being its only settler colony, although I probably shouldn't say that, because obviously they did. It's not as though they wouldn't have had other settler colonies, right? It's just that Brazil was the only one that became a settler colony as we know it to this day. So when they had their sort of like trading ports all over the world, right? Once they did have them in like India, etc., there was actually an Ottoman-Portuguese war for control of access to India, right? In fact, people have said that Mumbai, which used to be called Bombay, and some of the languages of the area, because there are many languages in India, but Mumbai is in Hindi. Um, they still say Mumbai, right? And it is said that it comes from the Portuguese term for that area. It's called Bom Bahia, right? The good bay, right? For shipping, I guess, and stuff like that for trade. And so that's what stuck, right? That's what people have said it derives from. But that's neither here nor there. So the relationship between the Ottomans and the Portuguese was, again, one where they cooperated or they were against each other, but there was much more discussion between them because they were often much more closer to one another in terms of like Portugal's colonies in India and the rest of the world, in Africa, etc. And again, dealing with Ottoman trading missions, etc. So, something to keep in mind. I'm sorry, I just realized that you guys didn't see that. But I mean, it wasn't important for the viewing, I guess. It was just him saying that like, if you turn South America like this, the bottom part of like Patagonia matches that better, and that's kind of what most people have said about the Piri Rice map. That in essence, that's what it depicts. Because again, like when you're sailing, right? When you're sailing around, you don't necessarily know like which direction, stuff is happening, etc., etc. Like it's not immediately apparent in the way that people like to think of it. It doesn't mean, of course, that there was no navigational knowledge that was done, but rather it's more speaking to the fact that people like to fill in the blanks of what they know and what they don't know. And that is a very good case for that. Especially when you consider what is described, right, in the terms of the serpents and the oxen and stuff like that would have made more sense in Patagonia than in Antarctica, right? That makes more sense because they had begun to explore that. But because it does have these curves, you kind of don't know where the curve continues and then stops, until later missions of cartographers and explorers, so to speak, did that. So we're gonna move on to talking about the people's communes in China under Mao. Tempu is actually really, really interested in this, and so I will leave you watching it while I go use the restroom really quickly. But again, this is just to sort of this kind of is never really spoken about either, so I thought it would be interesting to bring it up and to sort of show you kind of like their structure and everything, especially because then after Deng Xiaoping's reforms were undertaken, yes, meow, meow tempo, of course, because after Deng Xiaoping's reforms took place and China went back on the capitalist road, they were essentially broken up and gotten rid of, so to speak. Well, I mean, gotten rid of, yeah, literally. So I will just leave this here.
I recently went to China for my 6th visit, this time with my family. And for 5 months we traveled widely throughout the country. We found that what is going on in China since the Cultural Revolution is so experimental, so different to what is going on anywhere else in the world, that the only way it could be conveyed was by making a series of films, each one on a different aspect of Chinese life. This film is about the life of the peasants. For centuries, every year, somewhere in China, thousands used to die of starvation, in bad years, millions. Today, no one in China goes to bed wondering where tomorrow's food is coming from. How was this done? It wasn't done without mistakes and some years of near disaster. But the great breakthrough came in 1958 with the setting up of the People's Communes. To understand what a commune is, let's start with a single village. Each village is responsible for its own budget, it organizes its own work, elects its own leaders, and is known as a production team. Let this symbolize a single village with its surrounding fields. But a single village can't afford to buy a tractor or set up a high school or do any large-scale irrigation work. So a number of villages or production teams are associated together in what is known as a production brigade. But what about larger projects, like rural factories, a modern hospital, or the damming of a large river? Even a group of 20 or 30 villages couldn't handle this kind of work. So a number of brigades joined together to form an even larger unit. And it is this association of brigades that forms a single commune. It was a brilliant innovation, for on the human side it enabled the peasants in a village to run their own affairs and work alongside those that they are familiar with. And at the same time it made possible the large-scale work that was essential if enough food was to be grown for nearly 800 million people. China is huge. There are over 70,000 communes such as I've described. We shall see only 3 of them. One in the southern province of Guangdong, and one further to the southwest in Yunnan province. But first, let's see a commune village in Shanxi province, 1,500 miles to the north. This area in Henyang County in northern China has rainfall for only about 2 months per year. And when the rain does come in July and August, it comes in disastrous floods. The result is that the hills around here are very deeply eroded. And until recent years, for agriculture they were virtually useless. The peasants who lived here were abjectly poor. And most of them lived in hovels or in caves. And perhaps you can see some of the caves that they used to live in behind me. Today, they are using these caves for the keeping of pigs. Only 83 families live in this small town of Tachai. But
So was the explanation of how the divisions... Yes, I love you too. Yes, I know. Of the divisions that lead up to commune, were they clear, right? Because of course you had the village and then the... So again, this is what was happening prior to what happened after Mao's death, right? Where then everything was consolidated completely differently. So again, when people talk about different types of this is where I think a lot of people that are newer to Marxist thought, and even to developments, Marxist-Leninist thought, or communist thought in general, or leftist thought in general, this is something where, again, because they don't necessarily know what China under Mao was like, it's very easy to look at the supposed failures. And I only put it in that way because, again, it's obviously much more complex than it's not like the world is not a pass-fail test, you know what I mean? So, oh, hello, I know you want to be on screen too. So, anyway, I'm here in this little cuddle puddle. But in essence, what is really important, note that when you are supporting me, you are also supporting my puppies, okay? Because I love them, and I take care of them, and so if you support me on Patreon, or directly through Venmo or Cash App. This puppy right here is Katie, and this one right here is Lizzie. Isn't that right? Yes. So know that if you support me, you are supporting my research, my livelihood, and also my puppies as well, because I take immense care of them, and I spend as much time as I can with them because they all mean so much to me. And I've always loved animals. I think I've mentioned this before, right? That I've always... Are you falling asleep? Oh, that's so cute. You are all awake. So, again, just something, if you feel like, again, if you're able to, please just, I really don't like having to advertise. But again, if you want to help me, you can always support me in multiple ways. So that's my pitch to you guys, to you all, I should say. I still have that Southern Californian habit of saying you guys to mean everybody, but I really have to stop that habit. So you all, and so yeah, just I hope that what was described now, though, of the sort of collection of villages and all the different brigades needed to then become a commune. So a commune isn't just anything, right? Like in America, people often think that a commune is just like any place that has like communal living in general. And of course, how the word is used determines its definition. But in the in terms of whenever MLMs or Marxist-Leninists and Maoists talk about communes, they're using the concrete example that was just went over right now. So that's something to keep in mind, right? So it starts at the very, very local level and then builds up to something much higher.
It has become famous throughout China, not only for what the people here have accomplished materially, but for their extraordinary spirit of self-reliance and their cooperation. A well-stocked village store such as this would have been unthinkable a few years ago. Since the establishment of the communes, and especially since the Cultural Revolution, the whole quality of rural life has undergone a transformation.
So one thing to keep in mind is that the changes that occurred were immense, and the effect was felt immediately, in the same way that it was felt in the Soviet Union. I know it's far too easy, right, to just... here, let me put you guys down. You guys can go over there. Is that, again, these effects were felt immediately because it initially empowered people who otherwise had never really been empowered ever in all of Chinese history. And in world history, to be able to be present, right, in the matters of their own survival and also of their own progression. And this is why and Tempu, I truly hope that you will add your own commentary here as well, being an MLM, is that this is why when we study history of this particular time, one, it's very hard because most bourgeois historians don't necessarily like talking about the benefits that happened under this time, because it doesn't, especially right now where there the inter-imperialist conflict between China and the United States is very present. But one thing too is the fact that, of course, when we're talking about communist societies in general, or rather, what were the lead-ups to, right, socialism and then communism, our work, this work in progress. Yes, exactly. It does not feel the narrative if you say that they got it right. Again, this is not me trying to, even if whatever happened afterwards, the benefit that happened immediately during this time, for example, the famines in Eastern Europe, right? The famine that people try most to call a genocide, right? In this case, the Holodomor. It was the last famine that ever happened in that part of the world, ever. That literally was the last famine that ever occurred in. Whereas under the Tsar, there had been, I believe, 8 famines, right? So, and again, this is not to excuse, or that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying that it was the last time that there was a famine in that part of the world. And then the same thing in China, where there were famines almost every single year, because somewhere in China there was a crop failure, right? Because again, China is enormous, right? And because of the landlords, because of all of these things, and when we think of landlords, oftentimes in the West we think kind of petty landlords, right? And this is something that is described again in Mao's own work. Is that where they own a single building, right? But we're talking about landlords that owned thousands of hectares of land, thousands and thousands of acres of land, and that essentially could rule over the people, the peasants who lived on those lands, right? Essentially, they were leased to them for eternity, right? They could never really get out of those things. So that's why when people talk about the landlords, it's that's why MLM theory in particular talks about semi-feudal nations. Again, I'm not promoting or saying anything. I'm just trying to inform that to build a better understanding between different groups that essentially have the same objective, just have slightly different understandings or methodologies. People's communes, Tempu says, were basically supposed to be self-sufficient production to develop into communism. Yes, that's what they were supposed to be, right? And it also was supposed to be the form of democracy, of workers' democracy, that would have, again, not needed such a strong central state in the style of the Soviet Union at that time. As that's what Mao often compares this to. So, are you growling at me? Okay, so again, that's something to keep in mind. Is that that this was a way to develop that was not the Soviet system, and I think that also needs to be taken into account, because people like to make it seem like every socialist, or what some people have called socialist, and I only put it that way because, some places didn't really get a chance to get anything started, right? But they still were able to make progress that at least should be recognized, right? Even by MLs and MLMs, with Cuba, with, etc. But one thing, however, is that when I'm trying to present this to you, I just wanted to be clear that, again, I'm not trying to... In fact, my server is for people of all different leftist persuasions, so to speak. But this stuff is often taught more in Maoist circles, just because, again, the the lessons that Maoists try to learn come directly from the lived experience in China under Mao. So again, this is why I think it's important, and also just because it's not really available. I mean, how many people have learned about the People's Communes and how they were structured? So again, it was China's way of thinking about people's democracy, a workers' democracy, and actually having it be so that you wouldn't have to do what you have to, or what was necessary to do in China, especially in the 2000s after they joined the World Trade Organization, where you had people moving to the eastern cities from the countryside, but because they didn't have their residency permit, they couldn't technically live, like they couldn't buy any property there, they couldn't, this huge mess, right? This huge mess. And it resembles, to me, very much, sorry I'm coming in so late, I just woke up from a nap, how are you today? Oh, I'm doing well. I'm just here with the puppies, and talking about the People's Communes in China. Okay, down you go then. And so, that's what I want to get clear, and I just take a break to sort of mention that because again, I don't want people to have the wrong impression. Okay, I know this is like a separate point, but like now I'm really hungry because of that. Now I'm like, I want some vegetable soup with noodles. That sounds so good.
The father has already worked for 2 hours at the corn husking yard, and his wife will go out to work there too, after the older children have left for school. The grandmother will remain at home to look after the younger child, and during the day she will buy the family groceries. As with most families in China, this is a 3-generation family.
I think this is an important thing to also mention is the fact that, of course, like I've lived in a three generation household, right? And this is why a lot of people often will say that that this allowed for, right? I don't want to say traditional, but I guess that's the word that comes to mind, this structure to be able to stay in place where they were no longer, like what's happening now, where you have the elderly who have to take care of the children and the working parents live in the eastern industrialized cities, and because, again, they don't have a residence permit, and instead this allowed for the families to stay together and to... Oh, Allie, I hope that I'm not making you all sleepy with my boring talk. This is what kind of precipitated, a lot of these. Pardon me. This is what protected a lot of these structures that in other, right, capitalism likes to destroy. Capitalism created the nuclear family, but then now that it no longer needs it, it's dispensed with it ever since, right? And so that's why reactionary forces use the idea, and they act as though it's a transcendent one. In fact, recently, there's this person who posts stuff about archaeology, and okay, I get that. Well, I'm glad to hear that about Allie. She's such a hard worker. So what ends up happening is that or whether what ended up happening is this guy was saying like, oh look, we found a nuclear family back in prehistoric times, showing that and it's like, no, just because 4 people died together in this common space does not mean that the social relationship that exists with the idea of the nuclear family. Oh yeah, go right ahead, Aradak. That sorry, the pupper requires lots of attention. So again, the social relation that creates the nuclear family didn't exist in prehistoric times. So you cannot claim that that was a nuclear family because we don't know the social apparatus under which they existed. But because they found a mother and a father, right? Again, they put them in these categories. They were not said to be related in any way. And even if they were, it doesn't mean anything, because we know that the family was a way to break down from tribal and clan society, right? Like that existed prior, and with class society and with the way how capitalism works, that's what advanced forward the need for the nuclear family. Again, working to alienate people more and more and more and more. And so in this example here, in China, they were able to keep those familial connections that are multi-generational. Again, like when I was growing up, it was a multi-generational home, right? It was me going to school, my grandparents taking care of me, and my parents going off to work. And, you know, it required, it did mean, and of course it's much more common in the Mexican community, also even in the Jewish community, for that to be the case. But, you know, for a lot of other people, like the idea of independence and all of that stuff is, you know, when it comes to this individualistic, capitalist sort of way of thinking, would say, oh, that's horrible, right? Like why don't you just leave the kids by themselves or put them in daycare, or, you know what I mean? It's always these things that don't really help foster, right, that social relationship that is the product, I mean, in the case of my family, like of essentially semi-feudal relations when it comes to Mexico. So, again, that's more to keep in mind.
During the morning, school children and their teachers help to clear the streets. The snow is taken and scattered on the fields, so when in the spring the warm weather begins and the snow slowly melts, it will help to irrigate the early crops.
Nikki says, yeah, my grandma never took care of us. It was pretty alienating. She was so different than my siblings. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the raid, Levelhead. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. Welcome to the Shakespeare stream. I am your host, Shakespeare, of course. Hi, old Miss Frizzle. It's so good to see you. Hi. Hi, Three Ghost. Yes, please go follow Levelhead. They're amazing, and they're great. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Levelhead. It's so good to see you. Yes, happy Friday to everybody. Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you so much for the raid. Right now we're talking about the People's Communes in Maoist China. So that's what we're going to be talking about for the next little while. And in fact, we just got done where they were talking about how the children and the adults would clean up the streets when it snowed, right? And would then, oh my gosh, would clean up the snow and put it on the fields that were currently lying fallow, so that then when spring came and all of the snow melted, it would irrigate the fields, right? So even something that even Miss Frizzle and I were talking about yesterday when it comes to water management and stuff like that. Even in Mao's China, the usage of snow, the usage of the manpower that they had was always with the thought of, yes, productive use of water. And because like in the United States, I've noticed that like I don't know where they put the snow. I mean, mainly because again, I live in Southern California. It doesn't snow. I mean, up until recently, it didn't snow down here. So, that whole thing. But, like, from what I understand, they just kind of, like, push it off and let it get, like, all dirty and everything. You survived? Okay, barely. Oh, well, I'm glad that you're here, though. I'm glad that you could join us today.
In winter, when work in the fields is impossible, the villagers husk the corn they harvested in the autumn. The work starts early. To fill eroded gullies and enlarge the areas on which they can grow food, the peasants are ready to pull down whole mountains. Here at Tachai, they have built hundreds of terraces to retain the soil. The bulldozer has come from the brigade tractor station. The greater part of the work is done by hand.
Oh, I'm glad to see that you return out of deck. So, yes, again, because now you had centralized planning, and again, you didn't have the famines that would happen essentially yearly prior to the Chinese Revolution, you had, with the planning between the individual villages all the way up to the brigades and then all the way up to the communes, but a lot of this stuff could also be done at the brigade level, which, remember, brigades are collections of villages, again, who are autonomous on their own, have their, vote for their own structures, and then, etc., etc. So everything was about making sure that each unit had its needs met. And so when it came to the brigade level stuff, they could borrow a tractor, right? But so could someone else from the rest of the brigade. So instead of just one town having a tractor, or one person having a tractor, one family, this allowed the tractor to be used among, all of these projects that were communal, and this is what allowed for, again, a vast improvement in harvests, in some cases to treble within the first 5-year plan that was implemented. So.
When decisions need to be taken about the work, the peasants gather for what they call an on-the-spot meeting. The leading spirit of this brigade is Chen Yongkui. Before the revolution, some of his family died of starvation. Chen himself was illiterate until a few years ago. Today, he is a member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, but goes on working among his own people.
So as you can see here, stuff has changed, right? Being part of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, but still working, in the countryside, is something. Yes? Yes? You guys want my attention? Okay, sorry. I have puppies. I have puppies in here with me right now. So, They're always doing something to grab attention. So, again, this was very important. These on-the-spot meetings were part of that workers' democracy, that when something needed to be decided on what, essentially the whole town is working on. Yes, they were seen just a bit ago. When they're in a bit of more of a cuddly mood, I'll bring Lizzie or Katie back up. You want to come up? There we go. See, look, right here is Katie. Yeah, how many gift subs for holding a puppy? Remember, you're not just supporting me, you're supporting my puppies. But but of course, yes. Oh, Lizzie wants to come up here too. Gosh, I wish I had multiple arms so that way I could deal with both of you. And this is Lizzie. And they're both little babies. And they always will be. As I was saying, oh my gosh, thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 sub to Allie. Yes, how many subs can we reach our sub goal for the puppies? Do it for the puppies. Yes, I love you too. Again, this was part of that workers' democracy that is so important that's kind of forgotten. It's like, when have you ever had your boss, so to speak, call everybody for a meeting where you actually all had equal power? And also your boss is part of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Oh, yes. This is Lizzie Rose. And this is Katie Hadassah. If you can't tell that I'm Jewish already. But anyway. Because that technically means it's Lizzie Shoshana, but I just say Lizzie Rose because it sounds cuter. But anyway, as I was saying, you don't have meetings like this where you actually. Yes, I can never say I've had a boss who was also part of the. Well, I mean, you know what I mean, that like was as important as something like that, right? Like the Prime Minister of Australia, right? Imagine working right there with you the entire time, right? And calling you to a meeting, and when you're there, has equal vote as much as you do for whatever the village decides to do, right? That is Tempu. Why are you crying? I need an explanation. Oh, thank you. I actually, it's funny because at one point I wanted to do voice acting, and so it used to be much better, but I hardly ever use it anymore. The British one I use all the time, but it's been about 45 years, since everything started, and now that we have to learn about Maoist China, you know how that all works, But Tempu, why are you? Yes, I do. I do voices in class. It's a problem of mine, especially when I teach like actual plays by me, Shakespeare plays. Yeah, don't cry, Tempu. Oh, because it was funny. Okay, I see. But yeah, so gosh, I'm completely lost now. But yeah, I used to do lots of voices. I said I wanted to do voice acting, but it's not very easy work to do in the sense that you're not gonna be like, what do I teach? So I am a PhD in cultural studies, which means that I do like history, but also literatures and stuff like that. So I usually teach stuff along those lines. Stuff dealing with the history of like Chicanx people and also looking at like Latin American history, looking at Jewish history. But typically, I do sort of. I also do the, actually like teaching 101, so I also teach, like English 101 and Jewish Studies 101 when I can get a chance to, because I just like you, Levelhead, I found out that we both adjunct, so we're living that adjunct life. And so, I teach all sorts of stuff. Right now, my research is mostly focused on looking at racial genesis, or the creation of races, and the history of Jewish people in Latin America, and also Latinx Jews. So, in the first X-Men cartoon, there was a mistake, and they thought Wolverine was Australian, so he had an Australian accent. But then in the first X-Men movie, they hired an Australian because the first guy fell through at the last moment. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Yeah, I've never exactly travelled around Australia, but you know how it is. After you've been outside of Wollongong, everything changes. Just remember that all of Australia is not Sydney. That's what you got to remember. Yeah. So I do a lot of like Chicanx, Latinx stuff. That's what I do. You guys go eat something. I don't know. You guys look hungry. So only a quarter of Australia is Sydney. Yeah. Only about 25.59% is actually Sydney. The rest of it is just the lost Central Australian territory, of course. Hello. So, back to the communes.
The main work during the winter months is building the walls that will form the new terraces and hold the soil pulled down from the mountain sides. Many acres of new arable land have been formed in this way. The stone for the walls comes from high up in the mountains. China's great agricultural achievements were only made possible by the readiness of the peasants to undergo immensely hard physical work.
So, like, I think one thing that's really important too, that's like when he says, what was important was, of course, that the Chinese peasants were willing to work very hard for what they had, what they needed, is that it actually was, of course, it is not as though they had not already been working very hard, right? It's not as though they had spent their time, And that is something that I think is also very important when Mao is sort of theorizing when it comes to the peasantry, is the fact that they're already quite used to hard work, right? It's not like, oh, this is something strange to the peasantry. And in the same way, like the proletariat as well. So one thing that we will have to keep in mind here is that the emphasis on the peasantry is because the peasantry of China make up the vast majority of the people living in the People's Republic of China at this time, right? And there was no petit bourgeois lifestyle as there is now, definitely not as much of the bourgeoisie as there is now, right? Because most of it had been removed, or that is to say, they went over to Taiwan, or they had instead, there are some people who actually did become communists and did themselves go to great lengths to actually go down into the countryside and form part of this great transformation that was occurring across China. And in fact, there's actually a really interesting writer who wrote, I think it's called Which East is Red? I could be wrong. No, it's not that one. He wrote another book that essentially talks about how, like, the historical lead up to and then from the going on from the socialist road to the capitalist road when it comes to China. Again, I'm just saying that that's what the book is about. Do not hold it against me that was their thesis, but that is their thesis. And it's a very interesting book. I know it's for free. I can drop it in the Discord later if you guys would like.
Kunming Lake in the far southwest. China is a land of extraordinary natural beauty. Larger in area than the United States, the country embraces immense ranges of climate. Here too, they are moving a whole mountain to make new fields.
Okay, can I just say that riding around in one of these looks like a lot of fun. Like, literally, like, watching them go on these rail cars, just holding on to them, seems really fun. Although, also, of course, that it would be rather dangerous, but just something about it seems so exhilarating that, yeah, it does look like so much fun, and I'm just like, oh, I would so want to do that. Just ride around in one of those things. Especially because, it's all on a track, so you know where you're going to end up, right? Not necessarily, just free riding, so to speak. So, but yeah, that looks so much fun. I don't know.
We are now in Kwantung province, approaching Kwangli, the main town of the Kwangli People's Commune. The Kwangli Commune covers 96 square miles, and its 42,000 members live in 207 scattered villages. There was nothing special about this commune. I saw communes that were more advanced, and some which were much poorer. The commune is administered by this revolutionary committee. We were the first foreign guests to visit this commune. We found the committee members very down-to-earth, practical, amiable people. The basic policies of the commune are set by the area Communist Party, but are administered by this committee. Their responsibilities are extensive. They administer the commune schools, the hospitals, road construction, as well as the commune industries and any large-scale irrigation and flood control projects. Some of the committee are elected by the commune members. Some are appointed by the party. Usually, about a third of the members of these commune committees are women.
So again, like, thinking about that, at least about 1/3, if not more, in some cases, depending on the commune we're talking about, were women. And of course, we know from, they had their own militia too, and I think he does go into that. Yes, happy Friday, everyone. It's so good to see you, the big room. Happy Friday. Make sure to follow if you haven't already. I would appreciate that. And if you would like to become a subscriber, that would be great. Or if you wait around, I'm sure somebody will more than likely give you a gift sub. Yes. I just realized that this is that chud with the deep voice. Yes, indeed. That is the chud that speaks like this, forcefully tries to. If he would have come out with a new video, I would have talked about it, but I don't know if I want to go. He is bad, but were you here when we went over the guy that was even worse? I don't know if you were here for that. Like, literally he said, like, masculinity is when no thoughts. Like, I'm not even joking. Literally, like, when your mind is empty, that is real masculinity. It was intense. It was an intensive episode, that's for sure. But, like, yeah, literally. I mean, Adadak and, 8 Habsburg chins. Yes, exactly. We need to get a Habsburg chin emote. But a Philip the Fair or something like that. But, yeah, literally saying, like, as soon as you stop thinking, that's when you actually have masculine essence. And, he's like one of those high thumos, alpha male, sigma grindset, blah, blah, types of guys that, a very philosophical titan, who, of course, he's the philosophical titan that I've mentioned, and I don't know, that I've mentioned before, and that is that he charges like 40, I think now it's 40, it could be, I don't remember exactly the amount, I want to say it's $40 a month via Patreon, whereas if you get my Patreon, you only have to pay $2 a month, or $3 a month, max. I think maybe $5 a month max, I don't know, I could be wrong, but anyway, you have to pay, the minimum is like $40 to join his Discord, where you're compelled to upload pictures of your body for them to like roast you. And just like there's a lot of misogyny, and I mean essentially like they were all for Andrew Tate. I mean like even like the cigar thing was like a huge thing there, from what my friend who investigates this literally was like, it's who's writing a book about this is literally super sketch, but it was just like so weird hearing about it because they were like transphobic, homophobic, all about like religion and all of that stuff, and then when we watched the video, he's like, release your mind of thoughts in order to become masculine, have that masculine essence, and it was just so bad. I, in fact, actually told the chat, like, this is really, really bad. Like, this is really, really, like, this is, like, next level from Giga Chad, right? That emote that we have. I'm not insanely insecure. I just use inanimate objects to remind myself that I'm manly. Exactly. And, oh gosh, it was just really bad. Like, I'm talking about, like, they would tell you, like, you have to come into voice chat, and we're gonna talk because we're the boys, right? And so they would just, like, be denigrating people, be very unserious, right? Like, in the sense that, like, they would always find ways to denigrate you, to deride other people, right, who aren't high thumos enough. And my friend actually helped, was part of a project that was trying to get into some of these, because on the YouTube side, they look really normal, right? I mean, they don't look normal, but you know what I mean, like, they don't seem as bad as they are. But once you're willing to buy in this case, literally for the $40 a month, to go onto their Discord, where you're just being constantly, negged, essentially, right? Just being told that, if you aren't lifting and having no thoughts, like, you have no testosterone in your body, whatever. And they have, like, nutritional advice, and there was a guy that was, like, legit eating, like, raw meat and shit, and it's just, like, no, please do not eat raw meat. Like, that is a horrible idea. Just do not do that. So it's like a cult. Yeah, it's like a cult. Pretty much. But, like, literally, like, when I played that video, when he said, like, no thoughts equals masculinity, essentially. I was like, the whole chat was just laughing because that's literally what he said. Like, he literally said that masculinity is when no thoughts. So, yeah. Raw meat equals masculinity. I mean, look, and then he has challenges apparently, like, oh, for the next year I want you to live like a bodybuilder. What does that mean? Like, most like, I don't know what that means personally, but yeah, it's very cultish, very, very cultish. So if people are up to it, I would be more than happy to play another video of his or replay that one just because it's so unique in stream history. But yeah, no thought. Masculinity is when no thoughts, of course.
In spite of their heavy administrative work, every member of the committee works for several months a year in the fields. A man-made lake. Everywhere in China, one sees dams that have been built since the revolution. There must be tens of thousands of them. This one, built in 1959 with 2 other communes cooperating, radically improved the economy of this whole area. One man said to us, before we built the dam, our fields in the rainy season were waterlogged. In the dry season, our land was parched.
This is actually really interesting because Miss Frizzle and I were kind of and also this also goes to with Levelhead with stuff that you yourself report about, right? When it comes to water management, right? Again, is that these were done by these communes, and one of the things was, of course, the crops that they were growing, right? One of which is, interesting enough, corn. But that's because it can be raised in a much more arid climate. But again, like these artificial lakes that are being created, these dams, these different water diversion systems, which are there in part to also stop the annual flooding that would happen, right? That would displace people, that would cause, shortages of food, etc., etc. So it's like this really interesting discussion that is sort of, at this point, is going on in China, where again most of the water displacement, right, that is done, right, via dams, etc., is more towards like flood control and towards actually being able to have water during again the seasons when it's the hot season, so then that way they can have keep their crops growing, that way they won't have any more famines. So I think it's very important to think about how like their way of thinking about management is much more localized as opposed to something like the Colorado River, where again everything was done, not saying this is good or bad, although I don't know. I will leave that to Levelhead to let us know. But the way in which it's done on the Colorado River, because it's done, and I think Miss Frizzle, you mentioned this yesterday, is when it comes to agriculture, it's use it or lose it. At least that's the mentality. Whereas in this case, it wasn't that mentality. Like, they tried to make sure that every commune was able to have their own store of water, so then that way they would all be able to have successful harvests. So again, it's a very different way of thinking about this.
Thanks to the dam, many villages in this commune can now breed fish, an important item of diet in China. The dam also allowed a small power station to be built. Almost every village in the commune now has locally produced electricity.
So again, here we have another advancement that was very important, is that everything was localized. So you didn't have these, huge grids of electricity that, if there's a storm there, right, it could. Oh, okay. Yeah, I get that. I'll try to, yeah. Um, so, again, yeah, make sure to follow and to subscribe if you'd like to. I'm also at Shakespeare on Twitter as well. You're more than welcome to follow me there as well. And so, yeah, just trying to wait for Levelhead to come back on. But yeah, please make sure to follow and subscribe. Also, I do have a YouTube. It's also Shakespeare. So, same spelling. So yeah. So, again, like I was saying, one of the very important things that we have to keep in mind is that okay, good. One is that this is actually something that's happening in other countries, like this discussion, or rather, I should say, the country that I know, like in Mexico, this is something that is occurring. These discussions about the power grid, and because technically speaking, or rather, in Mexico, the power, like the electricity company, or rather the that utility is nationalized. It's run by CFE, right? Whereas, of course, in the United States, it's run through private distributors and, all of these different things. What was important was because you had all of these multiple projects that were occurring throughout different parts of China, it meant that the communes, as well as even down to the brigade levels, could have a sustainable source of electricity that was locally produced, so that way you didn't have to create these big industrial, right, electric power plants, right? Or rather, power plants that like now, and something that's also needs to be said as well is that something that's also sometimes forgotten about the Mao era as compared to now in China is that when Mao, before he passed away, had protected large areas of China too from exploitation. That is to say, like, the creation of mines, etc., to the point where there was coal in China. Now, if Adadek, because you're Australian, you perhaps might know this a bit more, because that trade relationship between Australia and China is one based very much on coal, is that right after Deng Xiaoping was put in his policies, China went from a net exporter of coal to an importer of coal, to the point where now it can only import. It essentially sold off all of its coal supply that had been protected during the Mao era. So, again, that's another one of those, oh my gosh, thank you so much, October, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Levelhead. Thank you. Now you don't have to suffer through those horrible ads. But again, that's something to keep in mind, is that like a lot of the natural resources that once were protected in China are no longer protected. And that's why a lot of the, like, coal, for one example, and that's the example I know best. Have I ever tried to be on Jeopardy? No, I've never tried to be on Jeopardy. I feel like I would do so bad. I don't know.
The availability of electric power has made possible one of the most significant developments in China, the expansion of rural industry. We found quite small workshops and factories making electronic components, tools for export, and even tractors.
Did you hear that? I hope. Oh, you'd win. Oh, I don't know. So, they said tools for export. Think about that. People like to think that under Mao, China had no connection with the outside world, which, in some sense, that there is like a truth in that, but it's a very, very small one. But in terms of economically speaking, like when people say that the growth under Deng was, would have been impossible, actually China was growing in many cases at the same rate, if not more, in terms of GDP per capita, before Deng than after Deng. So this belief that they needed capitalism in order to have, yes, like in order to have the society that they have now, and the amount of GDP or the nominal GDP, but also GDP per capita, yes, it is much expanded, but the rate of growth was similar. In fact, I believe in the year just before, like towards the end of Mao's life, like it was growing at 10%. So, which was again like similar to some of the best years of growth of China afterwards, right? As they like to say it. So that's one of the myths that people have when it comes to going onto the capitalist road, is that actually China was developing very, very quickly. And one of those reasons why is because since the people's communes were able to decide what they wanted to do with their electricity, in this case, what type of factories they wanted to have, and the people, again, were remunerated and were given many benefits. Like, in fact, universal health care existed in China at this time. But Deng Xiaoping and the people that came in with him actually said this. Like, this is I want to say it's as close to a direct quote as I can get. But they actually said the workers get too much benefit from their work. And that was one of the things that they didn't like, was that they wanted to have a larger rate of profit when it came to that, for the owners of factories, etc. So instead, yeah, so what ended up happening is he got rid of universal health care because essentially that was a benefit that, it's like, oh, the workers don't need that. And even really to this day in China, it's not really, COVID kind of changed that a little bit, but it's still not a universal system. And so that's one of the things. And also, like, the wages, like I forget, Tempu, maybe you can remind me what they would call the actual table where it would have the wages for each profession and, depending, and all of that stuff. Like, this was a very well thought out thing, and obviously it wasn't perfect. To err is human, right? But the schedule, I think that's what it was called, the schedule of payment and other benefits that people would receive, right? Thought of through things like inflation, thought through things like population growth, right? So something that is kind of not really thought about when it comes to. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, you could just drop it in the Discord. That should be fine. I can look at it in a bit. But again, this is part of what is often forgotten when it comes to, because I know we learn about the two episodes that are cast as very negative, but it's funny because one of those is the Cultural Revolution, and right now in my research I'm reading about Mexican history, right? And so it's funny because the United States actually once had a Red Scare about Soviet Mexico. They said that the Mexicans were the government were Bolsheviks, and and they called what they were doing in Mexico, which was like the consolidation of power, and well, I should have said the consolidation of power. Yes, there was that, but the way in which they did that was by creating an education program that was founded with the central government, the federal government, by creating the Secretaría de Educación Pública, or the Secretariat of Public Education. And they created a program whereby, instead of focusing, whereas it had been, on urban schools, instead they created thousands of rural schools. And so they called this process that was happening in Mexico, where they were teaching and doing all of this stuff and electrification, etc., all of these advancements, the Cultural Revolution. And I thought, to me, that was so funny, because it's like, when I'm reading this book, and it's talking about like the Cultural Revolution that was happening in Mexico, and it's just like it's a very interesting thing. But yeah, like, they saw the social changes that were happening in Mexico and said, like, they're communists, obviously, because no one cares about their people this much. That's essentially which was kind of the thing, was because and then you also have like certain governments, for example, like that of Lázaro Cárdenas, where they nationalized the petroleum industry, which obviously the United States was not very happy about. And so again, the whole this was around the late 20s, right? So 27 is when you started seeing these talk about Soviet Mexico, which I wish, but yeah.
Development of self-reliant rural communities has become a keystone of national economic policy. During our own industrial revolution, rural populations flocked into the cities. China is planning her industry in quite a different way. Industry is moving into the countryside, bringing millions of her peasant population into industrial production. In this way, the Chinese hope that the great social and cultural differences between life in the cities and life in the country will gradually diminish. This dispersal of industry also has strategic advantages. Half of China could be overrun, and the other half could still function effectively. Incredible though it sounds, I found no inflation in China. Most things cost precisely the same, or even less, than they did 15 years ago, when I first began to take notes of the cost of various items.
Let's think about that for a second. I mean, I cannot personally corroborate this. Of course, this scholar that went there and did take note of prices in China, noted that they were the same even after the revolution. So again, whether or not that means that there was no inflation says a lot, because of course, again, so much was done for the internal market that inflation possibly wouldn't have become as big of an issue, because we're focusing on the internal market of China. And also the view that it's better to bring the industry to the countryside, as opposed to what later happened in China, where the countryside essentially emptied out and you had it going to the coastal cities, in the same way that it occurred in England, right, with the various, so there were different acts that are called the Enclosure Acts, right? But they didn't just happen in the early modern period, what we call the Renaissance. They had been happening since the Middle Ages, but the effect of them was seen most in the Renaissance, because that's when you get mass expulsions, I guess, on one sense, of peasants who otherwise held land in common in England, and now were forced to either be the begging poor, as they would have been counted, or move to London and start becoming part of what would become the proletariat. Right, Marx goes into this, and this is something that, again, is something that happens in many of the countries which do industrialize, is that they tend to have an industrial, like a small part of the country that's industrialized, and then, either because of, these types of acts, like the Enclosure Acts, where lords, right, where landowners and everything, they could just claim all of this land that used to be held in common, and now say it was their private property, and thus inventing the crimes of trespassing and poaching, which didn't really exist before in English law. definitely not to the extent that they exist now, was essentially how a lot of this occurred, which is why you see the vast movement of peoples into cities like Manchester, London, Liverpool, Newcastle, etc., and why you see that also in France as well, and also in Mexico, where you have the vast majority of people living in one tiny sliver of the entire country, where the rest of it is, for the most part, very empty. So this idea was to, one, not disturb the traditional, if I can put it that way, ways of living, right, as they were talking about earlier, of having 3 generations living within one household, which is very normal in Chinese culture, also in Mexican culture, Jewish culture, etc. But to also make sure that that ensured education, that ensured, right, nutrition, that ensured healthcare, that ensured all of those things. But also that there wouldn't be the power of the coastal cities over those of the interior, right? Because that's something that, like, the United States definitely has, right, where, again, you have what are called flyover states, right? But and states that have been, because of imperialism, been allowed to economically rot away, the Rust Belt. And now that those people have had to disperse to new areas where there is our jobs, and instead of trying to, again, like what China was doing at this time, making the industry come to them to get rid of the inequalities that way, just creating a central site of production and having, again, the peasantry or what would become the proletariat move there, is what's happened most through history, through capitalist history. So we have to keep that in mind. Like this idea of taking the industry to the countryside was a way to ensure that it was self-reliant as possible, and would not give undue power to places like Shanghai or Shangang or Hong Kong. Yes, exactly. It's a huge influence of the Colorado River, right? And even that, right? Like, one reason why LA kind of exploded after the 70s is because you started to get the Sun Belt, right, really coming into its fruition at that point, with, of course, the financialization of the economy. And then neoliberalism, right, I guess, as most people would know it. And so that's when you see the imperialistic U.S. economy, moving all of these manufacturing industrial centers outside of the United States. And so that's when you see a huge migration from the Rust Belt to the Sun Belt, in particular. And that's why, like, LA now has this immense population and also has a lot of that burden in terms of water on the Colorado River, because, again, like, one, as Level had said, the allotment when it was first given in the 1920s, I believe, was, one, on a year that there was a lot of water in the Colorado River basin to begin with, and two, was again, just like never was, again, sort of never took things into account, like population growth, for example. California has basically been given a pass on water conservation. They have enough influence to get away with doing nothing. Right, and that is exactly, and see, this is where, again, where your interests and my interest in particular sort of coincide. Of course, I tend to know a lot more about the lower basin, because obviously living in Southern California, upper basin states have never used their full allocation. Lower basin, mostly because of California, always do. Yeah, the provision of water infrastructure around the country has been fucked for decades. Yeah, and see, this is why, like, for example, in Nevada, the Southern Nevada Water District is known because it would rather sell its water allotment to California for money now, and to therefore discharge water from Lake Mead, for example, than preserve water for the usage of literally where 2/3 of its population live. And unlike certain places in the country, like I want to say Alamogordo is one of those places in southern New Mexico, where they essentially made having a lawn illegal, right? Like you have to have some kind of either xeric forms of plants, right? Like that is to say, plants that require very low water, or you usually have rocks or something like that, right? And it's to deal with the fact that otherwise there's just too much water escape, because if everyone wants to live like they live in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, it's just not going to work. Currently, lower basin states are using like 9 million acre-feet plus. Their allocation is 7.5, and the upper basin is using like 4.5. We've made major cuts. Oh yeah. The lower basin use is increasing year over year, hence the reservoirs being drained. And see, this is why yesterday when I was on in your chat, I mentioned like when I lived in Mexico, when I still lived in Mexico, the state that I lived in, Baja California Norte, is one of those states where you have like one of the last dams and such, where it, yeah. But for a long time, there was no water that would make it. All 1 trillion drops, or I forget how the description was. It was on, but in effect, we wouldn't get any water from the Colorado River. Like the allotments that were for Baja California and Sonora, which is the other state that has some that abuts the Colorado River, never got a single drop. So all 1 trillion, whatever, every absence is the joy of enemies, but hero of labor is a blow against the bourgeois. Yes, that's very true. And that's is that from his speech that he gave in Moscow? Yeah, it gets, in theory, yes. And that's what I was trying to get at, is that when they did actually have a release of water that was actually a little bit, it was literally 1%. I remember this because I remember on Las Noticias, right, like on the news, they said 1%, 1% de nuestro alotamiento de agua, right, has been released. And they were talking about how almost immediately all of the wildlife that had essentially gone to other parts of the country, or immediately returned. Right, like you had egrets, you had, all of these things that for the first time finally reappeared, and that had been gone for years, or for multiple seasons, right? And so that is why, it's the text from Porky Poster. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is why, again, you have this relationship with the Delta in particular that's kind of forgotten, right? That one, it would create many, again, like people forget that even with that 1% that was released, immediately things that, like animals that hadn't been seen in years, reappeared. Plants that hadn't been seen in years were finally able to grow again. And of course, this also comes with the fact that on the Mexican side of the border, just like on the American side, unfortunately, where Calexico and Mexicali are both areas that are deserts where there is a lot of intensive industrial farming. So, you do have a lot of intensive water usage. So that's another reason why. It's not like, So in theory, Mexico gets water. When it does, a lot of it goes into industrial agriculture, most of which actually just goes to the United States. It doesn't even it's not even for the internal market of Mexico, it's for the United States. Oh yes, I love coastal wetlands. the reservoirs themselves are the problem. They created the illusion that we could live in the desert and use them as much as we want. Oh yeah, like the best example of that is Lake Mead, right, and Lake Powell, that I can think of, right, is like like Lake Mead, it's just like there's no reason why Las Vegas as such should be there, especially not to the size that it is. And again, I know Las Vegas very well, and I will be at TwitchCon, but just wanted to drop that there. But I know Las Vegas very well, and if you go to any of the like more middle class, upper middle class, bourgeois, P2B, suburbs, everyone has a lawn, everyone has trees, like trees that don't even grow in there, right? Because like not even trees that aren't water intensive. It's like, no, they decide that they're going to grow like as if they live in Michigan. And so that's an immense problem, right? And also a lot of people from California who don't want to deal with state income tax, I guess, move to Nevada and also, use up a ton of water, let alone, although they say the resorts on the Strip are like exemplars of water, I mean, I don't know, just the amount of water that is used to construct them, because in Las Vegas, they don't build, using the bones of a structure. They just destroy. I mean, they haven't done it in more recent times, but before, people used to go to Las Vegas to watch them implode casino resorts, and that was considered like fun. Right, and then they would use all of this water to keep down the dust, which is what they have to do in the middle of the desert. If you go to Southern Nevada, right, if you go to Las Vegas and its suburbs, that's all you get is a whole bunch of water that is being used to keep down the dust, because otherwise, because it's a desert, it would cause, air quality problems. Let's see here. Let me see if I can connect this really quickly to the power so it doesn't waste my whole battery. The lower basin states should be adjusting water use every year based on snowpack. That itself would go a long way. Yeah, exactly. Taking into account the actual material conditions of that. But first they have to make plans for cuts. But yeah, California, exactly. And again, when we're talking about California, what are we talking about? We're talking about the West Central Valley, the industrial agriculture that I was talking about yesterday with Ms. Frizzle, right? That is like, there are many things you can grow in the San Joaquin Valley, right? And almonds are not good for the San Joaquin Valley. Like, you can actually watch a time lapse, and I mentioned this. Or you can just look at the two pictures. Like at the beginning of the 20th century and what it looks like now are like two completely different places. Like, everything was very green, and in fact it was described as being very fertile and green for that reason. But then the west part of the Central Valley became all industrialized agriculture. Not that the east part was any better, because, again, that's where I have family and friends, like Visalia, Fresno, etc. There is where you also get, again, these large-scale farms with industrialized production that they use water like it's going out of style, like it's literally like, yeah. So our local lake was built on a drought year and now causes massive flooding problems. Oh my god. Seriously? That's crazy. That's ridiculous. Like, literally the fact that in China, right, back in the 60s, or even in the 50s, like, people like to look down on the idea of a peasant, but the proletariat and the peasantry were able to come together, think through this, and be like, yeah, we should make it, it's just, yeah. That's pretty, yeah. Like, the county had to buy out a shit ton of houses. They had to do so many emergency releases, because for flooding, to protect the rich people's lake houses. Oh, poor rich people. Oh, their lake houses. How sad. A few waterfront lake houses saved, destroying entire neighborhoods of working class people. I mean, they could manage the flood problems if the decisions were made based not on the few business owners on the lake. Yeah, precisely. And let me add just one quick thing, too, when it comes to that. The freeways in LA were constructed in one to create ghettos, right? Like, because they couldn't do it like back in, well, not back in, but at this, it would have been almost contemporaneous, like in, in Europe. They constructed the 10 freeway and the 5 freeway, and they constructed destroying neighborhoods, but also using it as a way to contain, right, different racial separation. Right, South LA is majority black, East LA is majority Chicanx, Latinx, and West LA is majority white. And it's still split up in this tripart way. In fact, if you look at downtown LA, it kind of looks like a triangle for a reason. Because everything was built around this core that, and with restrictive covenants, also meant that for a long time, Jews and Chicanes and African Americans could not purchase land in the city of LA. Obviously that's changed now, but they lasted quite a while. Yeah, fun fact, the guy that Lake Powell is named after was a scientist and explorer. He specifically warned that the West, there wasn't enough water to settle the West. Yeah, exactly. And in fact, what is also very clear about this is that we can see the impact that the West has had by looking at ancient or prehistory, right? When we're looking at prehistorical sites of the peoples that are indigenous to this area, there is a reason why, there is a reason why that a lot of them ended up migrating and either consolidating themselves with other peoples in places where there was more access to water, because a lot of times the scientists are like, why would they leave, right? And then like the name of the grouping that they're talking about are literally called the Sinawas, which literally means the without water people. Like, I'm not even joking. That's the name they decided to give them. And they're like, I wonder what could have happened here, right? And almost everything indicates that due to, again, a change in climate that occurred thousands of years ago, that's why you see this movement of peoples to areas that were more amenable towards habitation, because there was a lack of water. Hi, Carpe Pax. Oh, I'm so glad to see you in chat. Very nice. I don't know if you're talking to me, but if you are, I'm glad that you feel that way. You got a nice neighborhood there. Sad, I got to put my freeway somewhere, and I'm not going to displace a white family. Yes, I'm not even joking. Like, just look at West LA. There are no freeways that go through any part of the nice neighborhoods, like, Beverly Hills or whatever. Okay, you're gonna have to drop those in Discord, Young Black Economist, because that's really interesting to me. We are in a forest floodplain, and when you take away all of the water-absorbing plants, pave over the soil with concrete, and prevent natural water flow during things like hurricane season, and then do an emergency release massive amounts of water at once, you get record flooding that is our fault. Yeah, again, this is why, like, going back to what we're talking about here, right, when we're talking about the People's Communes, is that they took into account the historical records of flooding, of drought, and used that in the construction of these initial lakes and reservoirs and dams that, again, were done only at the communal or brigade level, right? Like, because it needed that many people too. So there wasn't any of these massive federal, because in the 19th century and leading up to the Boulder Dam, later what became known as um, the Hoover Dam, was this idea that they needed to tame the Colorado River. Now, that's not a good way of thinking about a river or about nature in general. You have to tame it. And so they always, for some reason, always like to equate it to like a horse or something like that. I don't know why they wanted to anthropomorphize it and kind of like think of it as like a wild stallion that needed to be broken, so to speak. But that was the imagery that they kept using because like, oh, if we could just do this, then, then we could colonize, but if you go look at, and in fact, this is actually really interesting because since I go into Mexican history a lot, and it's overlapping with, again, the fact that the United States took over half of Mexico's territory. A lot of the land grants that were given were based on the accessibility of water and the access to them. So there are people in places like UCSD in their history department that actually show up in trials when people are disputing land claims, right? Because some people call this ancestral land, but I feel that is a term that's better used for indigenous, like Native American people, whereas this what we're talking about here is something that can be given some other term, but they usually use ancestral land claim. And that is that because they had this grant that then was used as the basis for what the American grant, when they got it, or rather the American deed, was still based on these ideas of Spanish water rights in the area. And so you actually have people that show up as expert witnesses that have to know all about the hydrology and the history of the way how the Spaniards back in the day, and even the Mexicans for the brief time period that they ruled, actually had that part of their country, of our country, I guess, actually thought about dividing up land. Like, one of their big things was, like, why give someone land if they have no access to water? Then they can't grow anything on it, right? So this is why, again, you actually have people that are Spanish water law historians that show up and are often on staff in some of the museums in Southern California and in other states too, where there was more settlement, right? Like New Mexico, etc. Because of that, because the Spanish land grants took water into consideration. Did I ever tell you my plans, the cyberpunk campaign I am preparing, that are heavily inspired by California's water politics? No, no, I don't think you've ever told me. Yeah, oh, I hope I'm not boring you guys. You guys are like, oh, now I need coffee, I'm so bored.
Wages, on the other hand, have gone up. The Commune Bank. The bank does a brisk business. Though the average family only earns about $250 a year in actual cash, 3/4 of the people in the commune are able to save. Food expenses are low too. There are no personal taxes, their share of the rice distribution is free, they pay no rent, and clothing costs little.
Do I even have to say anything here? Like, think about that. Just think about what was just said. Like, in the entire, from Inner Mongolia to down to Yunnan province, from Heilongjiang all the way up to Xinjiang, this was the case, right? That you literally didn't have to pay rent. There were no more rents. There were no taxes. And this is where, again, I like to say, remember, federal expenditure is not funded by taxation. And China proves that. But anyway, the point being that is the fact that their wages were still going up. The prices of things had leveled out. No taxes. They had no taxes, no personal taxes. And so this was how, again, 2/3 of all of like everything was able, like 2/3 of the people were able to actively save, and this number was going up at this time too. So 2/3. I mean, think about it in America. How many people can actually? I mean, I know that they've run these numbers recently, right? And it's like very few people actually have any real savings, or definitely don't have anything. I mean, in America, but then in America too, there are like these weird other instruments, financial instruments that people use to save, I guess. But yes, there were these banks that existed, again, with people's savings and everything. Most people were able to save money, and they didn't have to worry about staple foods like rice. They didn't have to worry about rents. They didn't have to worry about taxes. They didn't have to worry about health care. And they didn't have to worry about education. So imagine if all of those things were alleviated from people. I mean, personally for me, like, just healthcare alone would just be great. Just healthcare alone would be amazing to get rid of as a anxiety driving thing. But again, to not have to worry about you know, your staple foods and stuff like that was another part why China was able to grow at the rate of 10% in some cases. Hi Jellyfish, how are you? It's so good to see you. Also, sorry if it looks like I'm looking away. For some reason OBS is acting weird, and like the chat first was horribly working, and it took up the entire screen, and I couldn't look at anything else. And yeah, so now thankfully I can, but so now I have to use my phone for chat.
Education is also free. Kindergartens are run by the brigade for children in families where the parents are working and where there are no older relatives to look after them. There are 107 kindergartens in this commune and 35 primary and middle schools. Before the revolution, there was almost no rural education at all. And even today in this commune, about 4% of the children, those living in very outlying parts, do not go to primary school. This commune, like all communes, has a central hospital with fully trained doctors and modern equipment, in addition to the many smaller clinics in the villages. Most commune members pay about 60 cents a year for full medical coverage.
60 cents a year. That's how much collectively all of the people in China, each person, had to pay, right? It was the national fee, right? Because instead of doing it through the tax structure, instead it was 60 cents every person. You send it in, and that gives you universal health care for every single person. And now, sadly, in China, after Deng Xiaoping, because he said that this was too good of a benefit to give to the workers, now a lot of medicine is still privatized. There are some state clinics. I'm not gonna there aren't, but again, like a lot of it is like there is no universal health care in China these days. But back then, 60 cents a year was all that was needed. And of course, probably the amount would have gone up, but if you're starting at 60 cents, it's not going to go up as high as, yeah. I mean, also the idea of a deductible and all that crap, just like, why? Why does that even exist? Like, literally, oh, you have to spend this much money out of your own pocket before the insurance that you pay for regardless even comes into effect. Like, yeah, I mean, I've read Deng, but it's, you know, I mean, again, I feel like I'm like putting, you know, I'm just trying to note that like this is prior to the changes that happened under Deng, and one of those, you know, was getting rid of the universal healthcare system that, again, at one point served, at this point in China, they had about 850 to 900 million people. So they weren't yet in the billions yet. So...
就台也少多了。
Cut! You don't know. As everywhere in China,
It's a scam on its face. Oh yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. I mean, then, oh well, you're out of network and oh blah blah blah. It's like there are more restrictions that come with having insurance that you're, and you would think that it would be more like, well, anyway. Yeah, anyway. Like, I even know people in Mexico, or rather Mexican people, who will say, like, I'm going to go to the doctor in Mexico because in America, they don't care about curing you. They just want to keep leeching off of you. And, like, the example that I have for my own family was, like, I had a relative that they were like, oh, we're going to have to do surgery on you. And then in Mexico, they're like, take these pills for, like, the next, 2 months, and then in the third month come back, and we'll give you a different set of pills, and then you'll be cured, right? This is great content. I don't know a great deal about Mao's China before the Cultural Revolution and the Great Leap Forward, because of course that's what my history teachers like to emphasize. Exactly, they really like to emphasize this as if, again, this is the problem, because it sounds like apology, right? And that's not what I'm trying to do here. Is we cannot, all of these things have to be taken into consideration, but also the way in which history is told, right? How things are remembered, and all of these things are also very important. I will drop actual links for those papers in Shakespeare's Discord if anyone wants to be extra nerdy. It talks about the history of water infrastructure in the U.S. It was reconstructed maps from the 1880s. It shows that, guess what? Americans did shit based on racism back then too, of common sense and building based on population. I mean, am I surprised? No, I'm not surprised. At all. At all. Aren't you already part of my Discord? I mean, it's linked on my account here, but let me see if I can find, wait. I'm forgetting how Discord works. Here we go. Invite. Copy link. There you go. There is the link to my Discord, which you are all welcome to join. So, yeah, like, and I've already mentioned that, like, when it came to places like Texas too, where the water, Miss Frizzle, this might interest you too, but there's actually I mentioned this book to you yesterday, but I still don't have it on hand. But it talks about how, like, if you look at the way how, like, the land grant system was utilized in Texas when it was still part of, one, New Spain, and two, Mexico, that like the way in which it was used afterwards, when Texas was its own independent country and then part of the United States. Oh yeah, it definitely does. There's actually a really good movie that talks about this, but from the imperialist, like, world perspective, right? The imperialist perspective, which it's a Mexican movie, so that's one of the, like, challenges of me showing it, is that it's in Spanish, right? And as much as I love translating and interpreting when people need it, I can't do an entire movie. And I don't think it has subtitles because, it's... Yeah. I don't think it has subtitles. I wish it did. I'll try to find it if it has a version, because it's not it's not supposed to be online, technically speaking, right? So yeah, I'll have to find it. But it's really good. Like, it's really good because it shows also this reality of the fact that under the imperialist world system, that's good, I like that. My history teachers also taught me about the Great Leap Forward, and it was inaccurate and falsified. I mean, like, one, of course, there's obviously this is the problem with teaching history, because history can be used. I mean, in many ways, there are many scholars of history and memory, I guess, as they connect with one another, who say that memory is a political act, right? Like, how you remember something is informed by that. As in the Great White Statue film. Oh, I mean, I don't even know what to say. All I know is just like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not a fan of, just a lot of things that happened in Texas. Like the fact that Afro-mestizos, I've mentioned this before. So in my research, it's looking also at the fact that when the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo was signed between Mexico and the United States to end the Mexican-American War, which gave the United States all of this, is that I think it's Article 4 and Article 6 said that all citizens of Mexico would be given citizenship of the United States. But of course, there is a problem, because at this time in history, citizenship was based on race. So only white people could have citizenship. So there were many people who were, particularly in Texas, that had been Afro-mestizos, that is to say, people who are of African descent, right, who moved into what was then Mexico, right, and earlier Spain, right, and the racial divisions were less rigid, right, on the frontier, so to speak. So again, you had people often rising into very, actually ending up being landowners or whatever it might be. Now comes in the United States and says, well, even though the treaty we signed says every citizen of Mexico that remains here gets citizenship, we get to decide who that is, right? And so, in most cases, Afro-mestizos were removed of, one, their, like, the citizenship that they were promised, but also, two, because Mexico had already abolished slavery in 1829, is that now they could be subject to possible enslavement again under, the new Texas and U.S. laws. So this caused a lot of horror, as one might imagine, with a lot of these Afro-Mestizo communities, many of whom are pretty much erased from Texas history and from American history in general and Southwestern history, even Chicana history in many cases. But like, some people were famous, that were Afro-Mestizos, but sometimes, again, because the racial paradigm in Mexico is very different from the United States, people could transcend, so to speak, those racial divisions, particularly in the frontier. And so one of the probably most famous, at least in California, settlers was of the Pico family, and Pico Boulevard is named after him. And his whole family was very important for a good while in Southern California. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You and me, same level. We're on the same wavelength. And he was Afro-Mestizo, right? So literally one of the founding families, if not probably the most famous founding family of LA, was Afro-Mestizo. That's to say, he was of African origin, right? Because Mexico had slavery too, and was, again, one of the people that founded LA, has this boulevard named after him. But is his origin or race or anything like that ever mentioned? No, because of course it doesn't quite align with this idea of how California was founded, right? But because he was wealthy, they were willing to let him become a citizen. But in Texas, where a lot more of the people that were given land grants were people that were of lower social status, right, economically, that's where you see a lot of people losing their land titles and stuff, because otherwise they would have to get corroboration from Mexico, but Mexico is like, well, you live in the United States, how are we supposed to verify what's happening? So the United States made it so that it was difficult, and has always made it this way, so that, particularly when it comes to Mexico, so that it's like impossible for people from Mexico, as well as from other places, but particularly it's always been targeted at Mexico, to not be able to claim their land grants. Let alone what happened during the Great Depression, right, where you had a mass expulsion of Mexicans, right, of over 1 million Mexicans into Mexico, whether or not they were citizens of the United States, right? That is to say, rather, I should put it a different way, whether or not they were actually from Mexico. Many of these people, and some of them who did sue and even went to the Supreme Court and had their citizenship recognized, were American citizens that were sent back across the border. So that belief that a lot of people have, that like, oh, well, if you're born here, the Border Patrol or, the racist white people, right, like they'll accept, no, like when they had the chance, they sent everybody back. And they didn't care if you were born here. They didn't care if you were an American an American citizen. They just saw you as Mexican, as they still do to this day. And so that's something that's like, again, that's not taught in U.S. history, right? That's not taught in U.S. history at all, but it's something that did happen. So yeah, it's there's a lot that's gone on.
Young people in the villages here are trained in the civilian militia, usually drilling for 2 hours twice a week. One of Mao's famous sayings is, trust the people. And in China today, millions of people are trusted to carry arms.
Can you just imagine, like, the fact that, your village and everything, like, the important thing is, defense, and it's done by the community. I grew up in San Diego, and it breaks my heart how little I know despite growing up there. Oh, yeah, like, it's, again, like, this is why I wanted to start streaming, was because, again, like, I know that a lot of this history is just not taught. And in some states, it's illegal. Like in Arizona, for example. I couldn't teach this at K through 12 level if I was in Arizona. In California, I technically can. But in Arizona, it's illegal. It's been illegal for years. In the same way how, yeah. So, I was taught that the Karankawa were 8-foot-tall cannibals, not even lying. They're still 7th grade textbooks. You know what's so funny? Oops, sorry. You know what's so funny is I remember back in the Texas history textbooks, back from 7th grade, I remember the way how they made General Lopez de Santa Anna. Like, they made him seem like, the German guy from the 40s and the 1940s. Like, they made him seem like that. Right? And I'm like, no. He was not like that, like, at all. Like, there's no comparison, and the fact that you want to make that comparison is not okay. You told us on Sunday about that massacre that happened during the Olympics in Mexico. I never heard about that. Oh, Tlatelolco? Yeah. I can... well, I don't know if I want to go into video. Maybe I will, but... So this was So this is another area of interest that I have, which is the looking at the Mexican wrongly named Dirty War. In Argentina, they reject the term Dirty War, Guerra Sucia, because it makes it seem as though the supposed leftist guerrilla groups that existed at the time that the dictatorship happened. Whereas in Mexico, this was the day before the Summer Olympics, if I remember correctly. Like they opened up like the next day. On the 12th, never mind. So this was 10 days before. And so students were protesting this again because of imperialism, etc., etc. And yet, what is important to note here is that the numbers of dead we don't know precisely. Some people have said that it's more than 1,000. Most people say that it is about 400. But there were these protests. And see, the famous ones, the famous 68 protests and movements are the ones in Europe, in Prague, right? The Prague Spring, and in Paris, right? In France. Like people know about les 68 heures, right? They don't ever hear about the people in Mexico, right? And what they were trying to do, right? Because so many of these people were students, right? And so again, when here it says it's considered part of the Mexican Dirty War, that is not the term that should be used, right? And I say this as someone who deals with Mexican history, is, again, for the same reason in Argentina, there were no leftist groups that could have taken on the government, right? And not only that, but this was part of a larger thing that, again, is called the Dirty War, that involved the forced disappearance of thousands of people. This is why, for me, I call this time period the dictatorship. Just because the head of state changed does not mean that it was not a dictatorship, right? So, but a lot of people, when they're taught about Mexican history, they're kind of like not told about this because it doesn't help the narrative that Mexicans are here illegally for economic reasons. No, many people are here because they fucking went after people for no reason, right? Like if you were just politically active, you were a target. If you were Jewish, because remember, I am a Mexican Jew after all. If you were Jewish, you were a target. If you were, all of these things, if you were indigenous, all of these things could put you on the hit list. Texas history is wild. I feel it's more dangerous to teach social studies in Texas than science. I could see that. And so again, like when this happened at here, it was under the orders of this guy, Gustavo Díaz Ordaz Bolaños, who served the president of the Institutional Revolutionary Party, which ruled over Mexico for about 70 years. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know about you, but to me, it kind of seems like if you have, and also there was a central committee too, that's the best way how I could probably describe it. Like, there was a committee of 7 people, I want to say, and they literally were the ones that actually chose, like, that ran everything. They were all, like, the military, high command, etc. So, like, again, America likes, I remember, and this is something I remember in government class, right, or something, or whatever it was called, and they were talking about how, like, Mexico is a one-party democracy, and I'm like, what? Like, it's like, oh, like, in specific countries in the world, that's a bad thing. But in but in Mexico, it's a good thing that they have one party that really loves to let the United States imperialize the country as much as possible, right? And then the supposed opposition party, the Partido Acción Nacional, literally started off its history by being aligned with Catholic reactionary movements, including some of them that were affiliated with the Mexican National Socialist Party, among others. And they are the ones that, in particular, are known for starting the drug war in Mexico, which, when I was living in Mexico, that's what was going on. Yeah, a lot of stuff. No history, no science, no tech classes. Let's add an optional Bible hour. Well, see, you know what's so funny is, like, they try to act like, oh, you know, it would be all accepting or something, but it's so obvious that it's Christian, right? Like, you know, their whole thing that it's like, oh, you know, we're not trying to preference. I mean, at least that's how a lot of them still try to argue, right? That it's like, oh, you know, we're not trying to push Christianity on people, right? Some of them try to say that. A lot of them do. But, like, it's so obvious, like, when they talk about Bible hour, it's like, they're not going to let me call in a rabbi to learn Torah, right? Like, that, they're not going to let that happen, right? You're going to learn, an evangelical Protestant form of, of Bible, right? So it's like...
We spent a number of days in one of the commune's 207 villages, or production fields as they are called. This one consisted of 46 families. They set out for the day's work. After the autumn harvest is in, every villager, regardless of age, receives an equal free distribution of rice. Last year, everyone received more than a pound of rice a day. This is more than they can use, so it enables every family to build up its own reserves. An amount of grain is also allocated for the team reserve. The state guarantees to buy any rice that is then left over, and at a fixed price, so that the team need never worry about finding a market or about price fluctuations. As a side occupation and a source of extra revenue for the village, this team grows bamboo. Every work group sends one of its members to report how many hours each person worked that day. The annual cash wage is calculated according to the number of work points each member has earned. We spend some time with the Chang family. Mrs. Chang is the mother of 3 small children. While she works, her mother-in-law looks after the children and does the family shopping. Older people continue to play an important part in the family, even when they're too old to do work. The Chang family gather for their evening meal around 6 o'clock. Mrs. Chang cooks the meal if the grandmother hasn't yet prepared it. Her husband studies a book on mechanics borrowed from a traveling library that comes to the village every week. The grandfather, during the day, is in charge of an orchard where the team grows mandarin oranges, which are sold to the state for export.
So again, we have here where everything is planned out, right? Like, even the rice, right? Like, they know that they're giving them a surplus. So then that way they can store the rice to make sure that, should there be, right, a long drought or something, they always have access to rice stores, right? But also we have here, the traveling library, which was huge because one thing that happened under Mao was the immense literacy campaigns, which is something that, a lot of people really, like, now in the 21st century, like, I've heard a lot of, like, guys, dudes online, right, like those types, right, that say, like, oh, who cares, right, that they all learn how to read. And I'm like, you honestly do not understand how uncommon literacy was in so many. These families will always have enough to eat and have access to it. Exactly. And again, they don't have to worry about health care. They don't have to pay personal taxes. They don't have to worry about, all of these multiple things. Or rather, at this time, in this time period. And and again, the fact that things were also set prices, so you do not have to find a market. Think about that. Like, this is something that's personally is something that's very important, because imagine, like, again, I already gave the example of Mexico, where because of the NAFTA and but as well as other stuff that happened beforehand, it meant that Mexico's internal market of corn, right, dissipated, right? It caused lots of farm closures, hence masses of people having to migrate to the United States. But it was because the United States' corn now could outcompete the national corn, right, which is a staple of Mexican food, tortillas and everything, right? And so when that happened, that's what caused a lot of farm closures. In this case, that wouldn't have been possible in Mao's China, because they made sure that they didn't have to go seek a market. Therefore, the same process, and also, of course, they wouldn't have had the imperialist aspect in the first place, but also to make sure that there's no need to find markets, therefore not to create, right, bourgeois competition amongst different groups of people. That was important. And that was something that was thought about, even technically under Lenin, but again, there are more examples of this in Mao's China, because of the fact that we are talking more about the peasantry. And so agricultural production was very important, very central to this. And so that the agricultural markets tend to be the ones that fluctuate the most, right? That have, because of drought, because of rainy seasons, etc. So again, that's why this documentary does take it into account, and why I think it's important to take it into account.
The husband drives a tractor in the rice fields. The husband's sister during the day helps on the rice drying yard. China still buys wheat from abroad, some of which goes into national reserves. But these imports of wheat also enable China to export rice, for which she obtains a higher price than she pays out for the imported wheat. She also makes a large annual rice contribution to the North Vietnamese. Some rice from this team goes off to the commune warehouse. Some goes to the much smaller team's reserves. And some goes to the grain reserve that is kept by every family. The Changs do not any longer have to worry about getting enough to eat.
So again, from the communal level, right? Again, communes are collections of brigades. Brigades are collections of villages, right? So even down to from the personal level all the way up to the communal level, there are stores of rice and other grains to ensure that even if an individual family does not have enough, that they always have a surplus to make sure that nobody ever has to suffer through, right, the famines that had afflicted China up until that point, literally, essentially every year. So again, that's and also because the government would purchase the mandarins for its export, this is what also allowed for stability in the internal market, and also for China to again be able to still export these primary products abroad. And yet still, and even still, like it noted here, is that it at this time, again, so this tells you very specifically what time it is, what year it is, because, or rather, more or less what the time period is because it's talking about North Vietnam, right? So this is before the border dispute that will happen later, right, between China and Vietnam, way later. And this is when North Vietnam is the only part of Vietnam, the part that's trying to go socialist. So there were more amicable relations at this point. So that's something to keep in mind too, is that even as a nation, it was willing to provide help towards another nation, especially one that was, currently at war with the largest imperialist power at the time, right? The United States. So.
The peasants of China work unbelievably hard, and the rewards made to us appear small. But the starvation and abject wretchedness which has haunted China for centuries is now a thing of the past, and the basis has been laid for quite a new kind of life for China's 600 million peasants.
Okay. Okay, so what do we think about that documentary? Did we enjoy it? Was it I mean, I personally think it's really interesting. But I want to hear from you guys, from you all, I should say. What do you guys think about this documentary? In 1939, we created the Australian Wheat Board that managed the negotiations for our wheat exports, which prevented our producers from undercutting each other's prices and strangling themselves. Prime Minister John Howard was ideologically opposed to that principle and destroyed them when he had an excuse when it came out that they had engaged in some corruption selling wheat to Iraq. The wheat industry is not as profitable as it was. Yeah, that's again, there's a lot of these attempts in again, in capitalist countries, particularly the settler colonial states, to do that because, and again, this is where some people have said that this is perhaps the common ground to meet people where they're at when it comes to education and agitation, etc., right, is that they recognize corporations are bad, etc., and the need to protect, say, the internal market. But obviously the right wing uses that to instead propose nationalist policies, isolationist policies, and in turn, right, ethno-nationalist, racialist, and then eliminationist policies, right? So I think it's wonderful. I wouldn't have seen any of it if you hadn't shown me. Oh well, I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it. That's why Tempu knows that I was gonna. I've actually been trying to show it for a while, but it was a bit difficult. Adadat, could you please do me a favor? Could you please oh, but now the left is starting to do this to buy, selling U.S. products instead of offering. Yeah, I mean that is a huge issue, that is going on, and especially in the West, right, where, I mean, dare I say the word, there has been a lot of revisionism, right, and so, there is a need to essentially, well, I'm trying to see if I can do it myself, but I wanted to know if you could please create a raid for us to go to Polystream, because I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I usually end my streams because I have to go make dinner, and I'm hungry. So I'm going to go make dinner. So please make a raid for us to go to Polly's stream. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I usually stream Wednesdays, Thursdays, and now Fridays from noon Pacific to about 4 Pacific. I don't know. Can mods do raids? I don't know. I thought they could. If not, I'll have to figure it out in some other way. Let me see here. I think I can set it up myself. Let's see here. Is this how you do it? Oh, let's see here. There we go. Okay. The raid has been created. Okay. So everyone go tell Polly hi and tell her that I'm going to start making dinner. Okay? Thank you guys so much. I appreciate every single one of you.